Understanding security, a foundation for success. Security is a multifaceted process that involves a continuous cycle of assessment, implementation, monitoring, response, and deterrence. To effectively contribute to a security team, it's essential to grasp the fundamental concepts that underpin security functions. This includes understanding the importance of compliance factors and best practice frameworks and guiding the selection of security controls, as well as how different organizations implement security measures across their departments, units, and roles. Building a strong security foundation. To establish credibility as a security professional, it's crucial to have a solid understanding of security in a business context. This involves familiarizing yourself with the key terminology and concepts used by security experts in technical documents and industry publications. Just as a large building is constructed from individual bricks, security implementations are built from fundamental components. By understanding these building blocks, you can create a strong foundation for your security career. The CIA Triad, the cornerstones of information security. Information security is the protection of data resources from unauthorized access, attack, theft, or damage. Given the vulnerabilities inherent in data storage, transfer, and processing, the systems used to handle data must demonstrate robust security properties. These properties are often referred to as the CIA Triad: confidentiality. This ensures that information can only be accessed by authorized individuals. This prevents unauthorized disclosure or interception of data. Integrity guarantees that data is stored and transferred as intended, and any modifications are only made through authorized channels. This protects data from unauthorized alterations or corruption. Availability ensures that authorized users can access information when needed. This prevents disruptions to services or data access due to outages or attacks. By understanding and upholding these fundamental principles, organizations can effectively protect their valuable data assets and mitigate security risks. Beyond the CIA Triad, the importance of non-repudiation. While the CIA Triad provides a solid foundation for information security, some security models and researchers identify additional properties crucial for secure systems. One of the most important concepts is non-repudiation. It ensures that a person cannot deny taking an action related to a resource, such as creating, modifying, or sending it. Think about legal documents like wills. Witnessing a signature guarantees non-repudiation. In a dispute, the witness confirms the document's validity. Similarly, in the digital world, non-repudiation can be achieved through digital signatures, access logs, and other mechanisms that create an undeniable record of a user's actions. A framework for action. The NIST cybersecurity framework within the broader information security realm. Cybersecurity specifically focuses on securing processing hardware and software. Security tasks can be categorized into 5 key functions based on the framework developed by the National Institute of Standards and Technology. 1. Identify. This function involves developing security policies and capabilities. It necessitates evaluating risks, threats, and vulnerabilities to recommend security controls that manage them. Essentially, this stage identifies what needs to be protected. 2. Protect. This function focuses on procuring, developing, installing, operating, and decommissioning IT hardware and software assets with security embedded in every step of the lifecycle. It ensures proper infrastructure and system configurations for defense. 3. Detect. Here, the focus is on ongoing, proactive monitoring to ensure existing controls are effective against emerging threats. This function involves constant vigilance to identify suspicious activity. 4. Respond. This function revolves around identifying, analyzing, containing, and eradicating threats to systems and data security. It involves developing a response plan for security incidents. 5. Recover. This function prioritizes cybersecurity resilience to restore systems and data if other controls fail to prevent attacks. It ensures the ability to bounce back from security breaches. Understanding these functions and their associated goals empowers organizations to implement targeted security controls. Importantly, due to the vast array of security control types, choosing the right ones can be challenging. This is where a cybersecurity framework comes in. The power of frameworks. Guiding your security program. A cybersecurity framework acts as a guide for selecting and configuring security controls. Its importance lies in preventing organizations from building security programs in isolation or on a weak foundation. Frameworks ensure crucial security concepts are addressed throughout the process. By using a framework, an organization can objectively assess current security capabilities. This provides a clear picture of your current security posture. Define target security goals. What level of security do you want to achieve? Prioritize investments to reach target goals. Allocate resources effectively to achieve your desired security state. Structure internal risk management. Frameworks guide internal security processes. Demonstrate regulatory compliance. A framework-based approach provides verifiable evidence of compliance with security regulations. In conclusion, understanding additional security properties like non-repudiation and utilizing a structured security framework like NIST's offering empower organizations to develop robust and comprehensive security programs. Gap analysis is a crucial process that identifies discrepancies between an organization's existing security systems and the requirements or recommendations outlined in a security framework. This analysis is typically conducted when initially adopting a framework or when aligning with new industry or legal compliance standards. To maintain compliance and validate changes to the framework, gap analysis might be repeated periodically. Access control. Safeguarding your information systems. Access control is a fundamental aspect of information security that ensures systems meet the goals of the CIA triad. It governs how subjects such as people, devices, and software processes can interact with objects such as resources like networks, servers, databases, or files. The IAM framework, a four-step approach. Modern access control is often implemented through an identity and access management system, which consists of four key processes: identification, creating unique accounts or IDs to represent users, devices, or processes within the network; authentication, verifying the identity of a subject when they attempt to access a resource. Authentication factors determine the type of credential required, for example, passwords or digital certificates. Authorization, determining and enforcing the rights subjects should have on each resource. Authorization models define how rights are granted, whether it be discretionary or mandatory. Accounting, tracking authorized resource usage and alerting on unauthorized attempts. To illustrate these concepts, consider an e-commerce site. Identification, ensuring customers are legitimate by verifying billing and delivery information and preventing fraudulent payment methods. Authentication, creating unique accounts and requiring customers to log in to manage orders and billing. Authorization, implementing rules to allow customers to place orders only with valid payment methods and potentially granting access to exclusive offers or content based on loyalty or promotions. Accounting, recording customer actions to prevent them from denying orders or fraudulent activity. Remember, these processes apply to both human users and systems. Your e-commerce server must also authenticate itself to customers connecting via a web browser. By effectively implementing access control and conducting regular gap analyses, organizations can significantly enhance their security posture and protect valuable information assets. Lesson 2. Compare threat types. In this lesson, we're going to be suiting up and diving deep into the world of cyber threats. We'll crack open the case files on different threat actors, understanding what makes them tick, their goals, their methods. By the end of this lesson, you'll be able to identify the various types of threat actors and the tactics they use to infiltrate systems. We'll also be going over common threat vectors, which are basically the paths these actors take to launch their attacks. Think of them as the doorways they try to sneak through. And we'll explore attack surfaces, which are all the exposed points in a system that these actors can potentially target. The bigger the attack surface, the more opportunities there are for infiltration. Buckle up and get ready to learn how to recognize and defend against cyber threats of all shapes and sizes. Consider threat actors to be malicious agents, individual or collective, who actively seek to compromise systems. Their motivations can range from financial gain to disrupting operations or achieving political objectives. A vulnerability is a flaw or weakness within a system, application, or network. These weaknesses can be technical, such as software bugs or misconfigurations, or non-technical, like human error or lack of awareness. Vulnerabilities create openings that threat actors can exploit. The threat represents the potential for a threat actor to leverage a vulnerability and launch an attack. The existence of a vulnerability alone doesn't guarantee an attack, but it creates the possibility. Risk is the confluence of the likelihood of a threat occurring and the potential impact of a successful attack. Even with a vulnerability present, the risk might be low if the likelihood of exploitation is minimal. However, a skilled threat actor finding a critical vulnerability significantly elevates the risk of a successful and damaging attack. Threat actors continuously search for and identify vulnerabilities. Once identified, a vulnerability becomes a threat, and the risk intensifies based on the exploitability of the vulnerability and the capabilities of the threat actor. By understanding these concepts and prioritizing vulnerability management, organizations can significantly reduce their cybersecurity risk posture. In the world of cybersecurity, understanding the why behind an attack is just as important as understanding the how. This lesson will delve into the motivations that drive threat actors and explore the methods they employ to achieve their goals through extortion, fraud, and political agendas. Threat actors come in all shapes and sizes, and their motivations can vary greatly. Here are some of the most common. Threat actors may target individuals or organizations to steal financial data or extort money through ransomware attacks. Deception is another key motivator. Threat actors may use stolen data to commit identity theft or create fake accounts for fraudulent purposes. Some attacks aim to cause chaos and disrupt operations. This could be motivated by revenge, competition, or a desire to sow discord. Nation-states may also use cyber attacks to sabotage critical infrastructure or cripple government services. Hacktivist groups use cyber attacks to promote a political or social cause. This could involve leaking sensitive information, defacing websites, or launching denial-of-service attacks to overwhelm a target's systems. Now, let's explore how threat actors achieve their goals through various means. Threat actors may exploit a vulnerability and steal sensitive data. They then threaten to expose this data publicly or sell it on the black market unless a ransom is paid. This is a common tactic in ransomware attacks, where attackers encrypt a victim's data and demand payment for the decryption key. Stolen data, such as credit card numbers or personal information, can be used to make unauthorized purchases or open fraudulent accounts. Phishing emails and social engineering tactics are common methods used to trick victims into revealing sensitive information. Political agendas. Hacktivists often use distributed denial-of-service attacks to overwhelm a target's website or server, making it inaccessible to legitimate users. They may also deface websites with propaganda or leak sensitive information to raise awareness about a cause. Understanding these motivations and methods is crucial for effective cybersecurity defense. By anticipating the why behind an attack, organizations can implement targeted security measures and mitigate the risks posed by different threat actors. Threat actors come in a range of skill sets, wielding varying degrees of sophistication in their attacks. Let's explore the spectrum, from the novice to the highly skilled, unskilled hackers, often teenagers or young adults with limited technical knowledge. Script kiddies rely on readily available tools and scripts found online. These tools often exploit known vulnerabilities, and script kiddies typically lack the understanding to customize attacks or evade sophisticated defenses. While the damage they cause might be limited, they can still disrupt systems and cause headaches. The hacker term encompasses a broader range of individuals with more technical prowess than script kiddies. Hackers can write their own scripts and exploit vulnerabilities, sometimes even discovering new ones. They may target specific organizations or individuals for financial gain, personal challenge, or ideological reasons. Their attacks can be more targeted and pose a significant risk. Nation-state actors are government-backed hacking groups with extensive resources and advanced capabilities. Nation-state actors often have access to zero-day exploits and employ highly skilled attackers. Their motivations can be political, military, or economic espionage. They target critical infrastructure, steal intellectual property, or disrupt operations of foreign governments or businesses. These attacks are often highly complex and pose the most significant threat to cybersecurity. By understanding the different skill levels of threat actors, organizations can tailor their cybersecurity defenses accordingly. Focusing on patching vulnerabilities and educating users can help mitigate script kiddie attacks. Cyber attacks have become a powerful tool for both organized crime and corporate competitors in today's digital landscape. Organized crime groups see cyberspace as a lucrative frontier. They can launch various attacks to steal financial data or extort money through ransomware. These attacks can target individuals, businesses, or even entire financial institutions. Cyber attacks can be used to disrupt critical infrastructure or businesses controlled by a rival. This can give them a competitive edge or weaken their rivals' operations. Businesses may use cyber attacks to steal intellectual property from their competitors. This stolen information can give them a significant advantage in the marketplace. Attacks can be used to disrupt a competitor's operations, hindering their ability to deliver products or services. This can damage their reputation and market share. Also, competitors may launch attacks to deface a rival's website or leak damaging information about their practices. This aims to tarnish their reputation and sway public opinion. Let's address the threats that can lurk within an organization itself, also known as internal threat actors. We'll explore how their actions, intentional or unintentional, can pose security risks, and delve into the concept of shadow IT, which can create vulnerabilities. Not all threats come from outside the organization. Internal threat actors are employees, contractors, or anyone with authorized access to an organization's systems and data who misuse that access. Some actors are malicious. These individuals deliberately misuse their access for personal gain or to harm the organization. Disgruntled employees or those facing financial difficulties might be more susceptible to malicious actions. Meanwhile, some employees who unknowingly compromise security due to negligence or lack of awareness. Clicking on phishing emails, falling victim to social engineering tactics, or using weak passwords are all examples of unintentional insider threats. Insider threats can be particularly damaging because they already have trusted access. They may have knowledge of security protocols and can bypass controls more easily than external attackers. Additionally, detecting malicious insiders can be challenging, as their actions may appear legitimate at first glance. Shadow IT refers to the unauthorized use of technology within an organization. This can include employees using personal devices for work purposes, downloading unauthorized software, or subscribing to cloud services without IT department approval. Shadow IT creates security vulnerabilities because these devices and services often lack the proper security controls in place. For instance, an employee using a personal device for work email might not have strong password protection or encryption, making it vulnerable to attack. Additionally, unauthorized cloud services may have lax security measures, putting sensitive data at risk. We can combat against this by regularly educating employees on cybersecurity best practices, including identifying phishing attempts, using strong passwords, and reporting suspicious activity. We can also implement strong access controls to limit access to sensitive data and systems based on the principle of least privilege. Data loss prevention solutions can help monitor and prevent the unauthorized transfer of sensitive data. Different attacks exploit various weaknesses in your system's defenses, known as threat vectors. Here's a breakdown of some common attacks and the threat vectors they target. First, there is malware. This malicious software can infiltrate systems through various means, including infected email attachments, malicious websites, or physical media. Once installed, malware can steal data, disrupt operations, or even lock you out of your system entirely. Maybe the most popular is phishing. Deceptive emails or messages try to trick users into revealing sensitive information like passwords or clicking on malicious links that download malware. Phishing is a form of social engineering. This manipulative tactic uses psychological tricks to gain a user's trust and convince them to take actions that compromise security, such as revealing passwords or granting access to systems. As a security professional, it's important to know about zero-day exploits. These are attacks that exploit vulnerabilities in software before a patch is available, making them particularly dangerous. Now, let's talk about attacks targeting network weaknesses. Man-in-the-middle is an attack that intercepts communications between two parties, allowing the attacker to steal data or modify messages. This can occur on unsecured Wi-Fi networks. Denial-of-service attacks overwhelms a system with traffic, making it unavailable to legitimate users. A distributed denial-of-service attacks involve multiple compromised computers flooding the target with requests. We need to address attacks that target people and processes. We want to talk about brute force attacks. These attacks systematically try different password combinations until they guess the correct one. We also have watering hole attacks. These are attackers that compromise legitimate websites that a specific target group visits. When users visit these sites, they are unknowingly infected with malware. Remember, threat vectors are the entry points for attacks. By understanding these common attack methods and the vulnerabilities they exploit, you can take steps to fortify your defenses and make it much harder for attackers to gain a foothold in your systems. Software vulnerabilities are like cracks in a fortress's walls. They create openings that attackers can exploit to gain unauthorized access to your system and wreak havoc. On this slide, we'll focus on how outdated and unsupported software can significantly increase your vulnerability. Unsupported systems and applications. Imagine software as a living thing. It needs constant care and attention, just like your car. Software developers release updates to fix bugs, security holes, and other vulnerabilities. When a system or application is no longer supported, it doesn't receive these crucial updates, leaving those vulnerabilities wide open for attackers to exploit. By having unsupported software, it will make you more susceptible to attacks such as compatibility issues and limited functionality. Keeping your software up to date is a fundamental cybersecurity principle. By prioritizing timely updates and patches, organizations can significantly reduce their vulnerability to attacks and maintain a robust security posture. Network vectors are the pathways attackers use to infiltrate your system. Remote access and Wi-Fi networks offer convenience, but they also introduce security risks. Here are steps to fortify these access points. Utilize robust encryption protocols like WPA3 for Wi-Fi networks and secure protocols like SSH for remote access. Encryption scrambles data in transit, making it unreadable to attackers. Avoid using generic passwords for Wi-Fi networks and remote access accounts. Implement strong, complex passwords and change them regularly. Consider multi-factor authentication for an extra layer of security. Grant remote access privileges only to authorized users and restrict access to specific resources they need. Don't provide blanket access to your entire network. Create a separate guest network for visitors, isolating their devices from your main network and sensitive data. Public Wi-Fi networks are notoriously insecure. Avoid accessing sensitive information or conducting financial transactions on public Wi-Fi. If you must use public Wi-Fi, consider using a VPN to encrypt your traffic. Bluetooth offers convenient connectivity, but it can also be exploited by attackers. Here's how to minimize Bluetooth risk. Disable Bluetooth functionality when you're not actively using it to reduce the attack surface. Finally, service ports are like doorways on your system, allowing specific applications to communicate. Unnecessary open ports create vulnerabilities. Remember, defense is a layered approach. By implementing these measures across remote access, wireless networks, Bluetooth, and service ports, you can significantly strengthen your network security posture and make it much harder for attackers to gain a foothold in your system. USB sticks and document files, seemingly harmless tools, can be cleverly weaponized by attackers to lure victims into compromising their systems. USB sticks offer a convenient way to transfer data. Attackers exploit this by creating malicious USB sticks that appear legitimate. An attacker might strategically lose a USB stick in a high-traffic area, hoping a curious victim will plug it in. The USB stick might have a label hinting at enticing content like confidential files or top-secret project. This will hopefully spark the victim's curiosity and entices them to plug it in. An attacker may also use documents attached to email to lure victims to open them. Documents like spreadsheets or presentations might contain embedded macros and automated scripts. When the victim enables macros, these scripts can download malware, steal data, or manipulate the system. By understanding the tricks attackers use and remaining vigilant, you can significantly reduce the risk of falling victim to these deceptive ploys. Remember, a healthy dose of skepticism is key. If something seems too good to be true, it probably is. In cybersecurity, message-based vectors refer to communication channels that attackers exploit to deliver malicious content or manipulate victims. These messages can take various forms, but the core concept is that they act as a carrier for a cyber attack. Phishing and spam are both unwelcome intrusions in our inbox, but they have distinct purposes and techniques. Phishing is a targeted attempt to deceive victims into revealing sensitive information like passwords, credit card details, or personal data. While on the other hand, spam is an unsolicited bulk of email messages, often promoting products, services, or scams with a low level of personalization. Phishing can be targeted or generic. Some phishing attempts personalize emails with your name or other information to appear more convincing. However, mass phishing campaigns might use generic greetings and templates. By understanding the key differences between phishing and spam, you can be more vigilant and protect yourself from these cyber threats. Always be cautious of unsolicited emails, don't click on suspicious links or attachments, and be wary of emails that create a sense of urgency or pressure you to act. A supply chain attack refers to the potential weaknesses in the various stages a product or service goes through before reaching the end user. Attackers can exploit these vulnerabilities to gain unauthorized access to a target organization's systems or data. Attackers can tamper with software during development or introduce malware into updates. A famous example of this is the SolarWinds supply chain attack of 2020. Attackers can infiltrate a vendor's system and inject malicious code into software updates, products, or even physically tamper with hardware. Once in the system, this code can then be used to launch attacks on the vendor's clients. Imagine a fortress of firewalls and encryption guarding our digital treasures. Social engineering, however, possesses a master key. It's our inherent desire to be helpful and our ingrained trust in authority. It exploits these chinks in our emotional armor, tricking unsuspecting users into granting access or spilling secrets that no firewall can prevent. Think of it this way: security is a chain, and social engineering preys on the weakest link, which is people. A single manipulated click on a poisoned link can render the most formidable security system powerless. Social engineers are the chameleons of the cyber realm, constantly adapting their tactics. They morph into familiar figures, donning the masks of IT personnel or colleagues to gain our trust. They weave urgency and scarcity into their tales, creating a sense of panic that clouds our judgment. Imagine frantic warnings of compromised accounts or fleeting offers that vanish like smoke. Fear itself becomes their tool, wielded like a serpent's hiss, threatening job security or legal retribution to force compliance. This ever-evolving serpent sheds its skin, constantly refining its methods. It devours current events and social trends, spinning them into believable narratives. It may target specific individuals or tailor its approach to the unique culture of an organization, like a master mimic blending into its surroundings. Typo squatting, also known as URL hijacking, is a deceptive trick in the digital world that preys on our misspelling mistakes. Imagine you're on a quest for buried treasure online, but instead of a map, you have a website address. Typo squatters take advantage of common typos and register domain names that are slightly misspelled versions of popular websites. Before setting sail on your online adventure, take a moment to double-check the website address you're entering. Make sure it matches the intended website exactly, letter for letter. While typos happen, being mindful of your typing can help avoid falling into the typo squatting trap. Slow down and pay attention to the letters you're hitting on the keyboard. By being aware of typo squatting and taking precautions, you can navigate the digital world with more confidence, ensuring you reach your intended online destinations and avoid any hidden dangers lurking behind misspelled addresses. Watering hole attacks present a cunning and targeted approach. Like a predator lying in wait near a watering hole frequented by specific prey, attackers exploit trusted websites to compromise targeted users. The initial phase involves meticulous reconnaissance. Attackers meticulously identify websites frequented by a designated user group. This could be an industry news site popular with a specific profession, a forum utilized by a particular organization's employees, or any website that fosters a sense of trust within a targeted demographic. Once the target website is identified, attackers leverage various techniques to compromise its security. This may involve exploiting existing vulnerabilities within the website software or employing social engineering tactics to manipulate website administrators. With the website compromised, attackers then introduce a malicious payload. This could be malicious code designed to exploit vulnerabilities on the user's device or phishing tactics disguised as legitimate downloads. When unsuspecting users visit the compromised website, the malicious payload is triggered. In some instances, a drive-by download infects the user's device without their knowledge. Alternatively, phishing tactics may lure users into downloading malware disguised as legitimate software. Organizations can bolster their defenses by educating employees on the risks associated with watering hole attacks. This empowers users to exercise caution regarding unexpected downloads, especially on websites they visit the most.
Lesson 3. We're going to be learning about cryptographic solutions. So here we're going to be learning about algorithms, public key infrastructure, digital certificates, and then we're going to learn about how they have key exchange, so PKI. Um, to Speaking from experience, this is the most challenging section that we're going to go about when it comes to cybersecurity, Security Plus. Just kind of, it's a lot to take in. So please rewatch this lesson if need be, and just take notes wherever you can. Please, if I'm not speaking directly towards that the slide there, pause the video, read the sections that I have in those slides, where I may be explaining it, but I may not be taking the exact note that I have written out in the slide. So please, if that helps you in any type of way, just pause at any time and then read the section that I have there, and then let's move forward with this section. It's a challenging section, but it's good to know. Um, just to know that the whole internet is really based off of how we are communicating securely with each other, and we can't do really none of that without encryption, algorithms, and then how do we pass things back and forth using PKI. So let's jump into it. Before we get started, we need to go over a couple of things. You're gonna hear me say some phrases over and over again, and so that we're clear and I don't lose anybody. Let's go over those phrases. So you'll hear me say plain text and then ciphertext. So plain text is things that we can read. Um, they are showing up whenever we sniff the network. Um, they're not encrypted in any type of way. It's plain text. So that's that's how we're gonna pronounce that word, and then that's how the context that we'll use it in. Ciphertext being the opposite. It'll be encrypted, unreadable. So if we're sniffing the network, we're going to get some gibberish back. And that gibberish that we see is going to be ciphertext because that's what encryption does to your data as you're moving it across the network. So to go back to plain text, if we're moving that same data across the network and it's plain text, then I should be able to sniff that network and then see it. So if you're moving your password across the network in plain text, I should be able to see that password. Same thing as if you were to move a certain message in plain text, I should be able to see that if I'm sniffing the network. Ciphertext, not. It has an encryption to it, and it's encrypted to the normal sniffer. All right. When I say normal, it is possible to take that same encryption, and then if I had the algorithm and then the key, then I can reverse engineer it and then change it from ciphertext to plain text. Okay. So I already said the word algorithm. Algorithm is a mathematically problem, a mathematic problem that allows us to take plain text and change it into ciphertext. So the algorithm could be nothing like your algebra that you learned back in high school. It's more sophisticated than that, and it's already pre-done for you. But we have different algorithms that are applied to different data sets, and then those algorithms are either um, used to apply encryption or used to decrypt, uh, to change out of the encryption back into plain text. And then cryptanalysis is just the analysis of cryptography, just the kind of the breakdown that we'll get into the block size, the bit size, um, being able to know the key length, the algorithms used, how many times are we going to repeat certain algorithms over and over again. This is the analysis of it. So just know that whenever I use the word cryptanalysis, it's just pretty much this is the in-depth um, study of cryptography. In addition to those terminologies, um, in encryption, you also hear these characters brung up in a storyline, and they want to communicate securely to each other, but you have a adversary kind of sniffing the network, and I want to bring them to your attention as well. They're going to be named Alice, Bob, and Mallory. So Alice and Bob is co-workers, and they want to send some type of email towards each other, and they have sensitive information in that email. And in order to do that, they want to securely transport keys from one individual to the next. Alice wants to send her private key, or will use her uh, private key to encrypt something, and then Bob will use her public key to decrypt something. And we want to keep that message away from Mallory, who is attempting to observe the traffic, um, without them knowing. So, just wanted to bring that up to you. This will be a perfect time for you to pause the video and then read everything that I have there. But I just wanted to summarize those characters to you because even if you watch other videos, they may bring these characters up, and so that you're not lost and thinking that they have something to do too with cryptography. They're just kind of a well-known example that we use for day-to-day operations when it comes to PKI systems and sending encrypted messages back and forth. When talking about encryption, you're going to have two of them. You're going to have asymmetric encryption and then symmetric encryption. So here we're going to talk about symmetric and the different types of symmetric that we are going to use. Symmetric is normally a faster encryption. So that process that we're going to use to take that plain text, turn it into an encrypted text, and then send it across the network, it's typically faster with a symmetric encryption. It's going to typically use one key where we are encrypted with one key and then we unencrypt it with that same key. So that's easy to do and it's easy to transport. Uh, Now, with the two that we have here, substitution and transport, and what that means is that within that algorithm, um, substitution means that we're going to change different uh, elements of that process. So substitution, we're going to take, if it was, let's say, uh, a B within the algorithm, we're going to take that B and substitute it with the X. And, so for anyone who may be snooping or trying to break and do crypto analysis on that particular algorithm, they'll see that we not only had a algorithm that, you know, they thought it was a B, but we substituted it, and they're not familiar with the new algorithm that we put there because we're using something different, totally different, which is just a substitution. Transposition, on the other hand, is that we keep that process, we keep that algorithm, and we may shift um, elements from left or right, but we're not replacing the element altogether. So the best way I can really put this into a visual is when you think about I think about a algebra problem where it has a plus b equals c. Um, in substitution, we're going to take that b out and we're going to say a plus d equals c. And so now it changes up that whole problem, right? Whereas transposition, we're going to say A plus B equals C, and we're going to use a transposition algorithm where they're just going to shift that A to the B and shift the B to the A, but it still equals C. Okay, so I hope that was a good breakdown of how we're using symmetrical encryption. Remember, symmetric encryption is going to be a faster encryption, something that we use for streaming in the real world, streaming videos, things of that nature, and over a encrypted network. So it's a quicker encryption versus asymmetric, and we'll get into asymmetric later. In this diagram here, you see what I was explaining in that last slide is that in symmetric algorithms, we're going to use that same key. It's just the problem is that when Alice wants to communicate with Bob, she's going to have to give him that key. Um, and then when you think about it in the real world, how am I supposed to give you a key securely? You understand? So do I walk down to your office and give you that key? Yeah, that's possible. That's possible, right? But say if you live in a different city, a different county, do I call you over the phone and give you that key, and then encrypt it and then let you unencrypt it once I give you after the phone call? Is that so secure? Mallory may be listening on the outside of my office, copying down the phone call that we're having. So that could be it's feasible, right? It's just not efficient. And so when we're thinking about on a one-on-one scale, it's easy to have one key and then we share that key however we want to share that key. Um, but a lot of times when we're working with um, hundreds of people, if not hundreds more of external people, we need to have more keys if we're going to and talk securely. Okay, so this is where asymmetric could come into play, where asymmetric is more secure and it's more scalable than symmetric keys. Symmetric algorithms. So just keep that in mind. That's going to be very, very. I'm pretty sure that's going to come up somewhere somehow. That symmetric is good and fast, but it's not scalable. So it's not necessarily one. You don't want to use that for, let's say, 100 people, because when you think about it, everybody's going to need a key for every message that they will want to send out, and then you will need to make sure that you have a process to give those keys out in a secure manner as well. So every algorithm is going to use a key in order to make that algorithm more secure. So a lot of times you'll hear me say um, that we have algorithms, but then they have keys within them that make them unique. And that's an important part when it comes to making sure that we have some type of security and that other people know what type of algorithms that we're using, but they don't need to know the keys on which we are making those things secure. So think of it like, it's what makes your algorithm unique to your business. So it's it's a often practice that the key length be lengthened as well as salted, having variety of things put into it in order to make it even more unique. Um, and the reason why we want to make these things unique is because we want to increase the factor of it not being guessable. So whenever someone is trying to hack that encryption, that algorithm, they can know the algorithm. That's fine. If it's a RSA algorithm, that's fine. But if they don't know the key, such as did we use a three length key in order to we ran that algorithm 3 times, or did we run it 16 times? When we add that key, it then brings on a more longer period for them to actually crack it. Okay. And so the more we lengthen our keys, the more we put on a factor of it being unguessable. Let's talk about asymmetric encryption. So we already talked about symmetric encryption, which uses the same key, right? Asymmetric is going to use something called a public key and a private key, two different keys. So this makes it way better when it comes to scaling, um, but it's also more confusing to that hacker to figure out which key um, that you have as a private key. Okay, so we're able to send messages out securely using our public key. Using our public key, but then we're able to decrypt any type of thing using our private key. And the reason why these keys can actually talk to each other, similar to the symmetric key, is because they're mathematically related. Okay, so they take very large prime numbers and they put those into the algorithms, and then they come up with a public key and a private key, um, and they name them accordingly. So that private key is meant for you only, and then that public key is something that we could put out there for anyone to see. And the prime, your more best, the best example that I can give you is on a certificate that you go onto a regular website, you look at those certificates, and you can see the public key of that website that you're going to. So that public key is there for anybody to um, take and then know that if I wanted to encrypt something, that I can use their public key and communicate with them securely. Okay, so um, it's a way better way to scale. We don't have to give everybody two pairs of keys. We can give you one pair of key, one key pair, and then we are going to take that and tell people to use your public key whenever you want to send something to you securely. So remember that is that symmetric keys, we're using two keys of the same key, right? I use my key to encrypt as well as decrypt, but in public keys, we're gonna have two keys, two different keys in there, public and private. So you can see here on this diagram that this is exactly how uh, key pair works, PKI. So they're going to, Bob's going to create his own public key and then give it to whoever who wants it, right? But then he's going to create another private key. And whenever you want to send something encrypted to him, you will use his public key in order to encrypt it. Once he receives that encrypted message, he will use his private key to unencrypt it. The reason why they talk to each other is because they're mathematically combined. They're drawn to each other that way, right? So I can give you my public key. That's no problem. And Mallory cannot decrypt it because in order for her to decrypt it, she just can't use my public key again to decrypt the message that was encrypted by my public key, right? She has to use my private key. So out of all of this, just remember that we never give away our private key, but in order to have people encrypt things for us, we give away our public key. Okay, and the name suggests it all, and just keep those things in mind. So whenever you want to talk securely to someone, you're going to use their public key in order to encrypt that message. Once they get it, they'll decrypt it with their private. Hashing. Hashing is similar to algorithms and encryption, but it's not. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a sliver of data and we're going to apply an algorithm to it, and we're only using this for integrity reasons only. So we're going to use that and we're going to make something similar to a fingerprint, something that's very unique to that particular data. Okay. So whenever we are taking a hash of something and we want to verify if it is truly what it says it is, then we're going to take a hash and compare those hashes. The reason why hashes are so used widely is because if anything within the data changes, the hash change. Okay, let me say that again because maybe I mashed everything up with my words. If anything within the data, the document changes, I don't care if it's a changing a capital letter to a lowercase letter, adding a 3 where there was a 2, putting in a comma, a space. It doesn't matter. Whatever you change on that particular document, if you make any minor change, it will change the hash that is um, computed on the other end of the algorithm. Okay, so that's great for whenever I want to send you something and you're looking at it and you're comparing the hashes and you're saying, wait a minute, this is not the same document because the hashes are vastly different. And and what I like about hashes is that that's what they are. They're not like the hash will come out and it will be one value change. No, it's a complete different hash. So it would look nothing similar to the original hash. And so we use those things as fingerprints to identify if any changes have been made. And they really support the integrity pillar when it comes to the CIA triad. Um, Hashes that you need to be familiar with are here on the slide. The SHA algorithms are very widely used, as well as the message digest. The message digest is going to be that the output that you see, and I should have some a lab that you can go to a website and we're gonna take some documents and throw them in there and make some hashes so you can see the output of taking one large document and throwing it in there and getting a 16-bit hash a hash value out of that, where you could take a 42-page document and get that same 16-bit hash value, or you could take a sentence and get a same 16-bit hash value. So they're very good to use when it comes to supporting integrity, and you need to be aware that it's not an algorithm, it's not encryption, but we do use it for the identification part of a data set. When addressing a digital signature, you're mostly going to see those type of transactions on the web. So a lot of times when we look at the certificates that a website has, they will have the digital signature there. So that digital signature is going to be the representation for basically their public key in order for you to communicate securely with it. So that's why it's so important that when we're doing browsing on the internet, that we're going to websites that we are familiar with, and then if they look kind of strange, do we look at the URL? We need to look at the URL and make sure that those digital certificates are there, because they're going to have a digital signature to verify who they are based off of those signatures, hashes, and algorithms in order to create that actual signature that goes into the certificate. So public key infrastructure is the only way that we would want to communicate on the internet. We want to make sure that people have their certificates that are given to them by a certificate authority, and that it represents who they say they are. Having these certificates, having those algorithms and those hashes represent who they are. It supports that integrity piece that we keep talking about with the CIA triad, but they also it supports that confidentiality too, if needed. So if we're gonna use that to communicate securely, let's say if we're a bank or we're sharing some type of sensitive information, we want to make sure that we have those certificates there, those algorithms placed on our websites in order to be able to send certain things securely, and that Mallory is not being able to snip that network at that point in time and see things over a open network using using HTTP is just an open um, way of talking on the internet. And so whenever they're using a tool such as Wireshark, they'll be able to see that actual message that they're sending to that unsecure line of communication. But when we use a different protocol such as HTTPS, then that secure part of HTTP is now wrapped around an encryption um, tunnel, and is being able to communicate from one spot to the next securely. And if anybody's sniffing that network, while they may see the traffic going back and forth, they're not able to interpret the traffic because it's not sent in plain text. In the last slide, you heard me reference certificate authorities in order to give those certificates out to people who own domains on the internet. And you want these certificate authorities to, verify you, because there's only a hand group of them that are, pretty much the gatekeeper, so to say, to verify who you say you are. Um, Now, these certificate authorities, to make an analogy with it, or to give you some type of way of thinking about it as in the normal world, think of it as a driver, a DMV. So a DMV will verify who you are, and then they will say you also have the right to drive a car or to operate a Mack truck or a motorcycle. They're giving you a certificate, or in their case, they're giving you a license card in order to show you that you are verifiable to operate such machinery. Okay, and that's the same thing that a certificate authority will do. They will say, hey, what are you setting your website up to do? What is it used for? What is your audience? Who are you? How can we, who do we put in charge of who's in charge of this website? Things of that nature. And they verify with you that you are the correct owner of this website, and then they give you a certificate as a verification for everyone else to say, hey, we are who we say we are, and we uphold that integrity part of the CIA triad. Whenever you are teaching someone how to navigate on the internet, or you're explaining to them what a secure website looks like, you want to make sure that you look in, show them on a web browser how does that little lock look, and that you understand and have them understand that having HTTPS is a big part to communicating securely, and that they are ways for people to look at the information that they're sending across these networks. So that's why it's important to have a digital signature on your website, using a secure protocol such as HTTPS. And when you dive into deeper things such as sending packets, not packets, but documents over a website, we want to make sure that they're using other secure protocols such as SSL encryption, and making sure that those things are wrapped up in that tunnel as well. But it all starts with that digital certificate, making sure that it's stamped by that certificate authority, verifying who they say they are. So just when we, as security professionals, we just want to make sure that we relay that to our clients, our peers, we relay that to our family members, whoever's getting on this internet, and then they're actually conducting business or just having fun. We just want to make sure that they get that understanding. Throughout your career, you're going to realize that they're certificates that you're not going to need for every situation, but yet people are still reaching those websites via the web and via the network. So a lot of times we may want to self-sign our own certificates because it's internal. What we're using this web browser for it's an internal site. So therefore we don't need someone else to verify that it's secure. We want to make sure that we know that it's secure, and so we will self-sign those certificates. But it's not necessarily a great thing for you to self-sign a certificate and then put it out there for the public to see, because you could do it for malicious activity, but you could be naive enough to self-sign your own certificate and then put it out there, and it's a good way of being a victim that way. Okay, so and not necessarily it it will throw red flags to people who are looking at it in a malicious manner. Okay, so I don't want to trip over my words and say that it's going to not be hacked or be attacked in any type of way. But when you're self-signing certificates and then putting it out there on a public-facing website, then you're throwing red flags to people who are looking for those type of sites. So having self-signed certificates does have a place in the network. You just need to make sure that it's internal. Also, third-party CAs, or third-party certificates, should I say, is very important. Making sure that they stay up to date and that they are doing things properly as well, especially if you're using that supplier for a main product within your company. So it goes back to what I was saying about having your third party be a supplier of something that you're relying on to have business. If they're vulnerable in any type of way, you want to, as a security professional, you want to step up and say, hey, you might want to take a look at your certificates, make sure that they're properly installed right and that they're up to date. I seen that it was out of date. You might want to get with your CA, whoever assigned that to you, and make sure that it's up to date. And that in turn keeps your information that you share with them secure. So just having that wherewithal to know that you need to make people aware, because sometimes we miss over it, and you as a security professional, it's your job to catch those things and then alert people. And I want to be very clear when it comes to uh, re-establishing a certificate. It doesn't take much to do it, and it's pretty much just staying abreast with the type of account that you have with your CA, making sure that it doesn't go expired or um, be revoked is pretty much just in your realm. You have to take the responsibility of that. And as a security professional, if you're working for a company and you see that, you need to get in contact with whoever has registered your domain and making sure that we get this up and registered as quick as possible, because it's pretty much just saying um, that someone else could possibly take that domain and then register it under their name. Okay, and we don't want to have that to happen, right? Especially if we can have these things written down and remind us in a orderly fashion. So just be aware of those type of things and making sure that we stay abreast on those things and we get to them before we actually have an expiration date. Up to this point, I've been talking about key generation and key usage in the public key infrastructure based off of someone else is doing that. But in-house, sometimes you do have a team that will generate keys, such as self-generated certificates, right? So they're going to be generating keys. So it's important to understand the different types of categories that goes into key management, and this is what this slide details. So we're going to have key generation. What is the process of actually generating a new key? Do we have a process of why we're doing that? So who is in charge of those things, as well as storage? How are we storing our keys? Are we putting them within a network or a different VLAN? Uh, a different network than everybody else? Are we going to store our keys uh, encrypted? So those different questions need to come up as far as storing, revocation. Whenever a key has become corrupted or has expired, what's the process of creating a new key? Going back to that key generation, and then expiration and renewal. From time to time, in any business that I've been in, there has been some type of life cycle that goes along. Companies are always changing, especially in the IT field. That not just the field of IT, but this your department of IT is always going to change different tools all the time. You may be stuck with a tool maybe 2 years tops, and then you're going to be rotating that tool out. So having keys set up to make sure that they're just not sitting on a server somewhere stagnant and still valid, but yet not being used. So how do we clean up that process? Are we being audited on those type of processes? So good things to know about key management if you're going to do this in house, or are you going to realize that we do have a team in house? These are some things that they need to consider when it comes to key management. When we generate crypto keys, we want to make sure that they're stored in a proper place. And so having them on a trusted platform module or a hardware security module will be the ideal spot for them. And then, we need to, and we'll talk about this, we need to make sure that we have a process for generating keys, and then that they're stored properly, and that we can bring them back and deploy them properly as well. Because it's more important about, once something goes wrong and we need to change our keys, that we have a smooth process as much as possible, because everybody's still going to be doing their work, yet we're still need to make changes on the security side, or in this case, this will be the networking team on their side, and not disrupt everyone else while we're making these changes. So having that process um, written out and then practiced is very, very essential to how security operations would work in a day-to-day operation. Having a key escrow is pretty much just as it says, you're gonna keep keys kind of in the waiting on deck, ready to be used at a moment's notice. Because we never know when we need to actually implement those or deploy those. So we want to just keep them at the ready, ready to go whenever called upon. So it's important to understand how we're generating these, and then how we're actually storing these, and then how easy is it to implement these. Because sometimes you can implement them, but will it talk to everything correctly? Will it when you make changes in the network, or in the network or in production, there's a lot of is a good chance that you're gonna break something that's already been working. So having that process down pat is very vital in order for smooth operations on a day-to-day basis, because once we need to go ahead and start making changes, major changes, um, you're 9 times out of 10 going to disrupt the production in some type of way. As we were as we've been talking about encryption, um, there's several ways that we can apply it to the data that we're actually using. And those three things are pillars that we live by when it comes to encryption. So we either gonna encrypt data that's at rest, data that's in transit, or data that's in use. And as you can look at the slide here, you can see the difference between each one of those categories. But when data is at rest, it's pretty much sitting on a storage somewhere, um, some type of SAN drive or a share drive somewhere that's just kind of stagnant. It's not being changed. It's not. Uh, it's not being called upon to be reopened. It's just sitting there stored. And but yet, while it's sitting there, we don't want someone to be able to get hold of that and then see that information. So we want to encrypt that data. Um, the data in motion is the most that I've been talking about throughout this lesson, and that's encrypting uh, from endpoint to endpoint through over the internet. And so that data in motion needs to be encrypted. HTTPS, SSL encryption, those type of things creates that tunnel that allows us to keep prying eyes from seeing plain text traffic. And then data in use is when we're actually opening that document up and we're changing things as we speak. We want to make sure that, even if someone is able to see the changes, that they cannot see the actual plain text. So we want to make sure that that data in use is encrypted as well. Uh, the more popular way of encrypting data at rest is having some type of full disk encryption. Um, you see a lot of, excuse me, you see a lot of this on your mobile devices, but you also have it on a Windows machine and Mac as well, where you can encrypt a whole hard drive. For Windows, I know for sure it's called BitLocker. And once you encrypt that whole hard drive, it's going to ask you to log into that encryptor every time you log into your computer. And before it actually gives you the profile page to where you log into your profile, you're going to always need to log into that BitLocker piece. And then it's going to allow you to log into your profile. So keeping those things in mind for the exam is going to be important. But the one thing that I want you to take away from this slide is those three pillars: data at rest, data in transit, and data in use. We all want to use encryption on those factors. To reiterate the things that I've been saying in the earlier slides of this lesson, um, having encryption on your data traffic is so important to have, and it is something that you always need to bring up if you don't hear it. Just to kind of, it should be taken as granted that we're using secure methods in order to have a secure network, but you want to check with your networking team if you haven't heard anything. Maybe you want to ask a question, hey, what type of SSL encryption are we using? What type of TLS encryption are we using? Um, are we using IPsec? Are we using a VPN connection? These type of things. And maybe you don't have to word it like that, but maybe you say, what version are we on? And in order to spark the conversation to see if there's something that we're actually using. And if, if you'll be surprised if you're not using something. And then you want to, as a security professional, you want to coach them in the right direction of saying, okay, since we're not using this and this is how we're operating, the more secure method is to provide a VPN concentrator in here. So I'll go and look up a vendor that offers that service, and then we'll look at the pricing on how much to bring them on. Okay, so but it's always important to have those things in place. We just don't want to assume that we're automatically using it. We do, as security professionals in this field, we want to know for sure what are we using, and then how are we using it, and what is our plans for the future. Are we going to keep it, or are we going to go with a different vendor? Are we going to go about it a different way? Because maybe we might change the model of the business model, and we may not need a VPN access anymore. So those are things to keep in mind when it comes to encrypting that data over the network. Another interesting fact about creating keys is the process of salting and then stretching the key. These processes, while you don't need to know how to conduct them, it's important to understand that it's being done. So you can ask the proper questions to make sure that we're doing those type of things. So salting and then stretching the key is pretty much putting randomizations into our key process in order to create a a random key more than a straight processed key. And so when we're throwing that extra bit into that, we're keeping it a guessing game for our hackers to not be able to say, okay, they're using a Shaw algorithm, then it should be the keys can only be, a certain amount. If we're gonna throw a salt into it, or we're gonna stretch that key out, then it creates a randomness that you know you would just have to be plain lucky to get it within a certain time frame. Okay, so having these two elements placed into a known algorithm that we have creates a randomness that is going to work for us as far as defending against a brute force attack, where it may take 3 4 days for them to crack an encryption code. It may take them millions of years now because we have added that extra randomness to it. So blockchaining is a way that we can have hashing functions on a calculated value, and we can use it in a peer-to-peer setting. Having a value that is um, based off integrity, so we know for sure that if anything changes, we are well aware of it, and we can say and prove that it has been changed because of the hash functions, right? But then in a peer-to-peer site, that we can use we can hash one value, but then pass it on, and that our next peer can have a peace of mind that we are giving them the right value. What you see this in mostly is Bitcoin. Bitcoin, when you get that wallet, when you get a Bitcoin wallet, is based off of blockchaining to where you understand that you have whatever the wallet says it is based off integrity of the blockchain, that it is correct and it hasn't been tampered by anybody else. And when you pass that blockchain on to someone else, if you purchase something or what have you, then they can have confidence that the integrity piece has been passed on to them as well. So for the last slide here on this lesson of encryption, we're going to talk about obfuscation. Obfuscation is pretty much hiding something within plain sight. Um, for the exam, you're definitely going to need to know what steganography is, and that's taking a picture, some type of JPEG, and changing one bit to hide information within that bit, and being able to send that across the network to someone else, or to yourself. And it's basically a form of data leaking. Um, and this is hiding information within that picture. Is just going to be in plain sight. Your security team is just going to see a simple picture of your dog leaving the network, but and the metadata of it is going to show that there has been something implanted within that picture. Obfuscation, what you see it normally used as, is when you're typing in your password, you can see that letter that you have typed, but then it changed automatically to a dot or to a star. That's a great example of obfuscation in works, just on a day-to-day basis. So it's hiding something from you within plain sight, and it's not encrypted. It's more of a setting being turned on to actually turn those, um, let's say you type in your whole social security number, or better yet, a credit card number, those whole, everything is starred out or blotted out except for the last four digits. And then, we're going to assume that the first amount of digits are correct and the last four to the user is going to be the way how they validate themselves.
release of information.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's all about maintaining the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information.
Perfect. All of those things are true, and it's not just that though. That's a small part of it, and sometimes the worst hackers can be ourselves. We just saw that Friday going into this week. I even had to do some cleanup off the CrowdStrike mix up on Friday. That wasn't a cyber attack, but when you start to learn this information, you'll understand how, if you follow a process, is part of cybersecurity. A company like that should never shut down half the world, but hey, it happens. And trust me, CrowdStrike won't have any type of foothold in this industry. I think I think it's going to be over for them. But anyway, that lets you know just how widespread it can be. Cybersecurity really is about protecting your data from protecting yourself on the internet, protecting your data from people who shouldn't see your data, and also that CIA triad that you alluded to, keeping those three pillars the main thing throughout everything that you do in cybersecurity. You got to have confidentiality. People need to make sure that it's secretive from people who shouldn't see it. But then you need to have that integrity that if you put $20 into your bank, that bank knows that you put your $20 in there, and it has the integrity of keeping that data the same until you want to take that $20 out. That's integrity. But then it needs to be available. So think about some of the sites that never go down. They have a very high availability. The one that comes to mind is Amazon.com. Amazon.com never goes down. That site is always up. I even seen Facebook and Instagram. Instagram goes down quite often. But I've seen a lot of more sites just kind of go down and have that maintenance period where people need to bring it back up. Prime case was just this weekend where CrowdStrike took everybody offline. And that's that part of the availability that while it was CrowdStrike's fault, us as security professionals, we needed to have another thing in place in order to keep the business running. So a lot of those airports that you've seen that were shut down, they needed an actual game plan in place just in case that was to happen. You can't have people just sitting in the airport waiting on an itinerary to be printed, and you have no way of printing that off because the computer's down. So that's where we come in at, and we need to know these type of processes on top of stopping our normal hackers from coming in and hacking into our accounts. So all of that is entailed with cybersecurity. But thank you for answering that for me. So cybersecurity Security Plus is a well-known certification, right? It's kind of like the industry standard. Now, what we have is two different versions. We have a 601 and we have a 701. 601 is being phased out next week, actually. And that you can see that right here where it says retirement. So the reason why I bring that up is that I don't know if they bought the vouchers for you guys for the 701 or the 601. But hopefully it's the 701. I don't know who would be able to get us that information. But what I'm going to teach on these next 4 weeks, I'm going to teach on 601, and I'm going to add in the things from 701. So we fill in those gaps. It's really the same test. They're just going to change certain objectives out. So, we shouldn't really miss anything on that. Yes, I do not know how to say your name. Please say your name. I'm sorry.
It's Olashubumi. Yeah, so I believe like the other time they talked about like the 701 because they said the 601 was getting phased out like I think July. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So they were like, they were going to get us 701 vouchers.
Okay. Well, I'll still teach on the 601, but like I said, I'll cover the 701 as well. So those things that they're adding in, we can go ahead and just cover those things too. And mind you, like I'm recording this session. I'm going to put that up so you guys can come back and study this whenever you feel free. I want you to understand that um, in order for you to pass this exam, it's a tough exam. So you're gonna need to do some studying on your part. You have to. I don't expect for you to get on this class and really kind of soak it in these 2 hours that I'm talking. I'm not gonna be naive and think that. But I'm gonna give you everything that I think you need to pass this exam. But you're gonna need to do some effort on your own. And when you feel like taking an hour out of your day, maybe an hour and a half, and going on this website that I'm gonna show you and practicing this material, I believe that you can go ahead and have it stick and be able to pass this exam. So going back to this website here, it's a 90-minute test, multiple choice. But what it does have is maybe about 10 questions that are performance based. And what that means is that they want you to read a paragraph, look at a diagram, maybe drag and drop some things um, around. And that's going to throw some people off, because if you don't know how the test is going, you're just going in there thinking that you're getting 90 questions.
Excuse me.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Um, I'm getting my car fixed. My car had broke down.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be like attentive as of right now, but I do have questions. Can I come back in maybe 30 minutes? Would that be okay?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me get you on the attendance. Jonah. Yeah, go ahead and do what you got to do. Again, like I said, I'm recording this, and I'll let you whenever you come back. I'll let you know where it's going to be at, so you can pick up where we left off at. For you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No problem. All right. 90 minutes. 90 minutes. So it's going to be about 80 questions, multiple choice, but you're going to have those 10 questions at the beginning. It's going to be at the beginning, I promise you. And well, let me start off and say I am cybersecurity. Security Plus certified. Um, so I have a good bit of experience with this test because I failed this test twice and got it on my third time. And so it's not something that you just up and know, I guess. But if I don't want to say that and then be negative, right? If you put the effort towards it, you can make it happen. Could I have studied better? Yeah, I think so. Um, could I have done things better when it comes to test taking? Yes. Um, so was that did I have things going on those first two times? Oh yeah. So that might have all contributed to me failing that test twice. But the more I did take it, it is I kind of got used to what they wanted in that test and how to go about doing it. So in that 90 minutes, you want to make sure that you keep everything down to maybe about a minute per question. Okay. So no time to really kind of sit there, ponder on it, and then think about it about 2 or 3 minutes. You're gonna end up you're gonna run out of time. So keep it to a minute. In this website, I got something for that to where we can practice those questions at a minute pace. I think I could put a time on it, but never mind. Anyway, it's based on a 750 scale score. You only need a 750 to pass. And the reason why I'm bringing up the passing part is because it's a weighted test, meaning the areas that you're weak in is going to ask you more questions in that area. Okay, so when we go over encryption, you may be able to go past encryption fairly easy in the class, but then on the test, if they ask you fairly complex question and you straight up bomb it, they're going to keep asking you encryption questions, right? And then that's going to push you towards not getting that 750. So we want to make sure that we are able to understand every subject equally, so we can have a balanced test when we take this test. All right. Okay, so 601, 607. Okay. So when you guys get your vouchers, I want you to go to CompTIA. This site right here is called Pearson View, and it's the CompTIA site. I'm gonna drop this in the chat. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because you don't go to CompTIA to register for this exam. You go here to register for the exam. I have this in this. So let me go ahead and show you. I'll stop referencing. This is the site that I'm talking about. I got everybody access to this. So check your email that you gave to Pivot. You should have an email from me regarding this site. Cyber Up with a 3 for the E. But
Yeah,
I'll have that with.
Sorry, I saw an email like that, but I couldn't access the account.
Okay, we'll go. Let me get through this part, and then we'll have a session where we'll make sure everybody can get access to it, because that's going to be big as far as the material is concerned.
Okay.
All right. So you want to go here to register for your exam, and you can either take it at home or you could take it in one of their testing facilities. You choose and decide on that. Me personally, I had to go to the actual spot and actually take the test there. I think it's easier that way, but don't let me influence how you feel about taking tests. In today's world, you might have you might feel better just to take it at the house. The thing about having a proctor exam, which taking it at the house, right? A proctor exam, they're gonna constantly watch you like that. So you gotta have to have your camera on, and then they want you to spin your camera around the room, make sure you have everything off your desk, no doors are open. They're trying to alleviate any aspect of you actually cheating. So I don't like that. I think that's an invasive way of privacy, and you don't even really get to see you don't see their face, so you don't know who you're showing that stuff to, in my opinion. But I might be a little paranoid on that. But it is an option. So if you guys want to go ahead and do it at the house, that's fine too. But this is where you'll put in that voucher code and you'll be able to set up your exam. I would say after our last class, I would say go ahead and schedule the exam. Just go ahead. If you feel halfway decent about the material, schedule the exam, commit to it, and go ahead and take it. And see where you're at. Try your best on it. Make sure you study as much as possible. I'm going to leave you access to this material so you can use it at any time. Contact me at any time and let me know what questions you got, and we'll walk through it. But that's the CompTIA site for Pearson View. It has to go through here. You won't be able to go here to CompTIA site and find a way to set up your exam. You have to go here. Another good thing about Security Plus, jobs. So I think me personally, I don't know about you guys, but that's the whole main thing about cybersecurity, is that cybersecurity can provide a job that's very lucrative, very rewarding, and they're only asking you to trade knowledge for the type of job that you have. And what I mean by that is that they want you to constantly learn these new technologies, the processes for the job, and being able to be that subject matter expert when it comes to security of their data. And you have, I don't know about the Nashville area too much. And you guys are in Nashville, I'm correct? Or this is Alabama. So, Mobile? My bad on that. I was thinking about the other cohort. So I like to come and find jobs all the time. I did the same thing here. And I like to go on LinkedIn and Indeed. If you don't have a Indeed, a LinkedIn account, do yourself a favor and make one. And if you're a person that don't mind networking, LinkedIn is a perfect spot to do that. Especially while you're in school and you're looking for internships. While I'm on that subject, let me go ahead and tap into internships. Internships can be a wonderful way for you to get into this field without going through the whole process of trying to find different jobs. Because what's going to hold you back is the experience part of it. I have ways around the experience part, but it's going to be better if you're an intern working for a company. They train you the way they want you to be trained, and then they just hire you on after the internship. So if you could find some internships, that'd be awesome. But to my point of what I was trying to show you guys is that Security Plus is 9 times out of 10 going to be on job descriptions in some form and fashion. SAIC is a popular military government contractor, and they normally want Security Plus to be on their applicants' resume. So I'm looking for it here. So you can see here they want the A plus, the Network Plus, and CE only means continuing education, or continuing something else. I forget what it is. It might be experience, but don't hold me to that. But anyway, the security certifications is something that they're looking for too. And so these places like this pay very well, even for entry level positions. So I would highly, like I said, compared to the A plus, and I'm not trying to sway you guys, but compared to the A plus, I probably would lean more to the Security Plus, just because it's a niche. It's more of A plus can be so broad, and it's not really going into one direction. And so you have to get maybe like a service desk or a help desk position, where Security Plus is strictly for cybersecurity positions. You could get a help desk job, but you're more focused into a particular specialization. Any questions on that? So like I said, LinkedIn is a wonderful spot. Create a LinkedIn and reach out to me, and let's connect. I'm not great at networking, but I mean, I know y'all, so I'll put it in the chat too. So if you want to just go ahead and just make one, and just, if you want to have a connection, hit me up. I'll go ahead and connect. There's no problem. But I think this is also great ways for people to look at others in that field and have direct conversation to them. Let's say this young gentleman, he contacted me the other day, and I don't know him, but if I see something maybe in his biography that I wanted to necessarily talk to him about, or maybe if I wanted to get in the governance and compliance area when it comes to cybersecurity, maybe it's somebody that I can ask, hey, what do I need to study? Who do I need to talk to? Things of that nature. So networking here on LinkedIn is built for that type of networking. whereas other social media sites is more sociable, not really geared for any type of career building. Okay. All right. Did anybody else join since then? I don't think so. All right. Any questions? Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and switch over to CyberUp, and then let's get y'all in there. Appreciate that follow, man. All right. Easy. So CyberUp, let's go here to, I need to log out. Who doesn't have access to this site? Just okay. Keith. So what's going on? Give me 1 second. I thought I had everybody in here. Keith, you see this email right here. Can you check that Gmail account and make sure you didn't see anything come in there? It should look like this. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, I did get an email for the. You talking about for the CyberUp thing?
You kind of cut out at the end, but yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw it in my email. Cool. So I just click the link and then it's gonna give me access.
Yeah, click that link and then you're gonna need to use the password there in that email to get access. It's gonna ask you to change that password, but once you change it, then it's something that you know, and then you can go ahead and use it whenever.
So for the Security Plus, are we eventually gonna get CompTIA as well, like the or are we just gonna stay on CyberUp?
I don't know, but I and the reason why I don't know is because I had a login for that, but it didn't really give me the class, if that makes sense, in order to have the material for you guys to follow. And so I was kind of confused on that, and I probably need to get with Dr. Blair about that and ask her, what are we all going to? What is the preferred method for us to use? What did y'all use for the A+ course?
CompTIA for Core 1 and Core 2.
Can someone show me that? Can they share their screen and show me? Or
I can.
okay, I'm gonna stop sharing. Or am I sharing? I'm not even sharing. You could share, I think.
Just give me 1 second. I'm logging in.
Okay, no problem. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen real quick just to show you. If you got that email from CyberUp, it's gonna look like this. and it wants you to use that username right here, but that password. Take this password, throw it in there, throw it into this screen. It's going to look like this. Let me log out. It's going to look like this. Throw that username and that password in there, and it's going to automatically ask you to change it. Let me know if I need to send that back to anybody.
I just logged into CompTIA. We actually do have the Security Plus on there as well. So yeah.
Okay. Do you mind sharing your screen real quick just so I can take a look at it?
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Because I'm wondering if it's 701 for that website. Screen everything. Go to lessons. And scroll down. This looks like 601.
Sorry, let me come off mute. It's not letting me scroll down. I think it's only 15
15 lessons.
lessons. Yeah.
Okay.
But it does say 701, yes.
Okay. So you can go ahead and stop sharing now. I appreciate it.
Okay, no problem.
So does everybody have access to that?
Yeah.
Thumbs up or say yeah, appreciate it. Okay, so let's do this in conjunction. So because I don't think each one of those lessons is probably literature, and they maybe only got videos here and there. I don't know how you guys do with videos or hearing a lecture versus reading. Me personally, I gotta have the video. Each one of my classes, each one of my lectures is going to have a video to it, and then at the end of that, it should have 7 to 10 questions for every lesson. Let's go back to 15. Can everybody get into CyberUp? Or is that something that I need to ask tomorrow as you guys get settled in and then try to get into the class?
I got in.
Cool. Anybody else got in?
Yeah, I also got in.
Cool. All right. So let me share my screen. If you don't have access, let me know and I'll get that email back over to you. But I set it up in 2 weeks, right? I'm gonna collapse it all and then I'm gonna explain it. And the reason why I wanted to do that is because we got 4 weeks. We need to cram this thing in, and it's tough to do that, but hey, we got to do what we got to do, right? So I got 4 weeks here. And I wish I had it to where it could be indented so it could be easier to see. But I got 4 weeks here, and I got 21 lessons. But the one thing about it is that for some of the weeks, I have different resources here, such as, I think this is for my previous class, so I need to take that out. Yep. Sorry about that. But I got the objectives here. And this is straight from CompTIA 701 objectives. This is everything to cover on an exam. And so a study tip is that if you take these objectives, and it's really only just definitions, if you're able to do the definitions on these types of words, you have a good chance you probably are going to pass this exam. Not saying that this is all about remembering definitions. It's more about, if you know the definition of, let's say, a digital signature, that when they ask you a multiple choice question, you'll know the difference between a blockchain. And so you won't get confused when you're reading the problem that they have. Because the thing about a CompTIA test is that they're gonna fluff this up so badly. They're gonna give you a paragraph, maybe 2 paragraphs to read, and it has nothing to do with nothing. All right, and it gets on my nerves. And they're gonna give you 2 paragraphs and maybe ask the question in 2 sentences, and then that might be that. And by it being 90 questions, it wears on you over time to where you start to try to fly through the exam. And that's where they kind of catch you up too. So, but having these objectives, knowing that, you can look at what a nation state is and how it differs from a hacktivist, or if they're in a nation state, if you can understand what I'm saying on those, then you probably stand a good chance of probably passing this exam. So keep those things in mind. So going back, and I have those in like some of the weeks to week points where I have different resources. I thought I did. Guess I didn't. Well, I'll be putting them in there. But I know for sure each lesson has a video to watch. And then after that video, might have some reading to do. And that's the reason why I wanted it to be in a setting like this, is that, you can do this whenever you feel like learning. And then when you feel like learning, you're able to take in a lot more and retain it. Now, you can go over these questions as many times as you want, and be able to check them as they go along. I think I have the answers in there to where it explains why certain things are correct and why they're not. But in conjunction with this, as well as the one from CompTIA that Pivot has provided for you, it should set you up for success, I think. And then at the end, when we get into week 4, or I'll say in the week 3, I'm going to start putting some practice tests out there. And you can use the practice tests from here as well as CompTIA to help you with that, getting used to 100 questions, multiple choice. And the good thing about the CompTIA part is that they have those performance-based questions in there ready to go too. So any questions? So real quick, right before we take our break, let's go back. I got you guys also in 2 more courses in CyberUp. It's Intro to Computers. Just in case you got any kind of questions coming from the A+ side, take a look at these videos. I think they're very informative. Maybe they could shine some light on some questions you probably had from the A+ side of it. It really doesn't go into detail like that, but I do have a video that I thought is very informative. This guy is great, honestly, on YouTube. And then another course that I got you guys signed up in is the job board. And the reason why I did this is because, like I said, the whole point is to find some type of employment. And if you guys, even though you're in school or what have you, you can still try to look for internships. I got cybersecurity companies, government companies that are very lucrative when it comes to government contracting, the medical field, and I try to focus these around remote jobs. So I work remote. I'm a big component of working remote, and I think that it shouldn't go away. And so I try to get companies up here that they are remote friendly. And if you want to take a look at them, the only thing you got to do is just, click on that. It should open up in a different window and go straight to their job board. And the reason why I do this is because going to Indeed and LinkedIn all the time, it will you get a lot of traffic there, and sometimes you see bad posts where it may be posted up there for maybe a year or more, or a lot of times you could fill out these job applications and people never get back with you. I always tell people to go directly to a company and see if they're hiring for the position that you want and fill out the application on their site. And so I wanted to cut the middleman out and just kind of have it here. And so I think, on your free time, just go through, see what you see. Now, the thing about that is that you don't have to have the Security Plus to fill out these applications. I'm going to say that again. You do not have to have the Security Plus to fill out these applications. I did not have my Security Plus when I got my first cybersecurity job. And I don't think it's a necessity for anybody else to have it as well. But I do think you need to be able to hit your certain points in the interview stage in order to get that job. Okay. So I do believe in that. Any questions on that?
I just want to say thank you. That's a great resource. And also, when you said you didn't have Security Plus, do you remember like the first search that you got?
I have the Security Plus.
No. I'm saying
sorry.
when you first got a job, like when you first got like the first job that you said that you got.
I had
what cert?
I had a easy cert called ITIL. I was able to knock this out in about a weekend. I crammed this one, right? Didn't know what I was talking about. But this is for help desk. I had this and I had a degree. And we can get into that, let me make sure I pick that up after this break. Let me take a break. Let y'all get up, do what y'all got to do, and let's pick up from that point of certifications and degrees. And I'll tell you other certifications that you might want to look at that'll help you out in your journey. So remind me of that when we come back in about 15, okay?
Okay, cool.
All right. So let's take 15. Let's be back at what is it? 6 for y'all? 6:50 for right now. So come back at 7:05. I don't have a timer, but I'll see y'all then. Appreciate it. Now, to Leah's point of which certifications that I had starting off, like I said, ITIL is a inexpensive certification that you can get that is well known, but it's more direct to service desk and help desk. So when you go to putting in a ticket at your school or whatnot, and they have a IT department that gets that ticket and processes it, ITIL will help you understand it from a manager standpoint, learning about SLAs, service level agreements, and how they correlate to your users. So when you put that ticket in, let's say, for us, for example, if you put a ticket in with Verizon, your phone carrier, you're expecting to hear an answer for them in, what time frame. Is it going to be a day? Do you want to hear something within the hour? Do you want to hear something and have a result within 2 hours? Those things is what ITIL will bring your attention to, and then help you strategize and become better at within your field. That's one. And I was able to get my cybersecurity job with just that one. But I had experience on my side because I was already out of the Army, and I did computer work in the Army. And then I was able to get with a TV company and do help desk for them. And so it was kind of like I used my resume as a heavy on the experience side until I got my certifications up. Now, for you guys, what I would suggest, if you want to get another certification, you can go and you can look at the ITIL one, but then you can also look at this one. And I think this one goes under the radar, but it's a nice one to get and really pass it. I want to say within like 2 weeks of learning it. It's the AWS Cloud Practitioner courses. And the reason why I say this is because everybody's moving to the cloud now. If you don't understand the cloud, then you're kind of missing out on the technology that we're taking a part of. And you all have something to do with the cloud, even to where we're meeting in a Zoom classroom, which is in the cloud, right? I'm recording this to the cloud. And so if you understand how the cloud works, and trust me, this certification does not break down the every little thing about the cloud, but it will give you a overall view of how the cloud works and then how we actually using it on a day-to-day basis. Then I think that'll be impactful when it comes to putting it on your resume, and then you're able to speak to it from a job standpoint, because they're going to be uploading, data to the cloud, pictures to the cloud, documentation, and they want to know not only can you protect it, do you understand why we're going to the cloud? Why is it it's such a necessity? Because a big thing that I preach is that technology is only convenient. It's convenience. I'm sorry. It's convenience for us. It doesn't necessarily mean that we need to have it, but it's convenient to have. If you got if you got a iPhone and then an iPad, then what's the difference between the two, other than one is more convenient than the other when it comes to certain tasks, right? And so that's why, having these type of certifications, I think it shows that you are up on the different changes that's going on in the real world, and that you understand what they are facing when it comes to different technology, because they're going to constantly, maybe it's like I think $99 for this one, and then look into cloud practitioner. I for sure know it's about $99 to take this one. Any questions on those? I do not have classes on these yet. I need to find some free time to actually make a class on both of these, but I would like to have some made out and actually provide them. But any questions on that? Do you guys are for the ones? Hold on. Everybody's in school, right? Thumbs up on that.
Yes, sir.
So, are we all taking cybersecurity as a degree, or is it kind of like, do your school offers that?
I'm going to school for computer information systems, and like during like some coursework, they have like we do go over like cybersecurity.
Okay.
Yeah,
Anybody else?
I'm in school for computer science, but I could concentrate in cybersecurity.
Okay.
Yeah, I can do that as well.
And that's at this point is just we need to catch up, and I'm particularly talking about HBCUs now, is that we need to catch up with other institutions that are offering cybersecurity as a degree. Um, Not everybody does that. They do it as kind of like a specialization. And I believe that's because schools really don't know exactly how to put it as a program. Uh, because I think they look at it as a technical degree and not necessarily a I don't know, an academic degree or something like that. It's definitely not on the same par as American literature or African American studies or history as a major, but it's more technical, and I think they don't understand the business side of it, of how security professionals are built to just understand business, and then we think about the security side to the business. But I think that'll change over time. Maybe after you guys get your degrees and certifications, and um, y'all are seniors at your jobs, maybe then your alma mater will probably have a degree program, um, offering in it offering it as a associate's or a bachelor's of science. But I'm pretty sure that's probably in the long future. But in the meantime, you know, while you're doing that degree work, I say get your degree, but also get these certifications too on while you're learning. Um, I'm assuming everybody's out on summer break right now. And so if you can knock out a couple of certifications, do that, please. I'm gonna just give you another one real quick. It's called Qualis. Forgive me on my spelling. Qualis training. So check this out, right? All right. So y'all see this right here? This is a free training at that, right? But they're gonna give you a not a certification, but a certificate of completion based off of vulnerability management. Now, we won't talk about vulnerability management until maybe about Thursday, maybe next week. But vulnerability management is a subsector of cybersecurity. And to put icing on top of that, hold on, let me get right. Go back over here to Indeed. Let me get up out of here. And just throw vulnerability management up in here. Vulnerability management making me look bad right now. Jesus. Do y'all understand why they do stuff like this? But vulnerability management is also a particular position that companies pay for. And when I say pay, they pay. And the thing about it is that you're not doing what I do at work. What I do at work is I make sure whatever tools we bring in corresponds with what we need for our business. Vulnerability management is going to look for any type of risk or what type of issues we may run into, and then they report it. Once they report it, it's up to the IT team to remediate it and fix that issue. It's only meant for the vulnerability management to find the issue and to report the issue. So keep that in mind as something to take a look at. This I'm put this in the chat. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna butcher your name. Can I get a nickname for you or something?
Yeah, you could call me Ola.
Allah?
Ola. Yeah.
Ola? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. So is your job like governance and compliance?
Say that one more time.
Is your job related to like compliance and governance or something like that?
It could be. Some companies can loop that in. But the ones that I've seen is going to be separated. So you have these certain silos where you have, matter of fact, this kind of goes into our first lesson. That when you click on the first lesson in Cyber Up, it'll start talking about positions in cybersecurity. So you will have something like incident response. But then you will have something like cybersecurity engineer that you see right there. And let's just say analyst for right now. But the analyst, see, the cybersecurity analyst is going to be very related to the incident response analyst. And I'll explain why in just a second. So I'm going to say engineer. And then after that, you're going to have you can have vulnerability management, right? Then after that, we can have what we call GRC. That's what you're alluding to, Ola, when it comes to governance, risk, and management. GRC. Then you got one that nobody really look at, and it pays just as well, and that's audit. Now, the reason why I didn't bring up the CISO or IT directors or information chief information officers is that these are 15 years and plus type of jobs, and plus you're going to need this certification right here. This is what you're going to see a lot. Once you get your security plus, you're going to start seeing this certification every time, the CISSP. Can you get this certification now and just skip the security plus? Yes. Would I suggest that? No. Do I have it? No. And I'm not telling you not to get it because I ain't got it. But I am saying that it's going to throw 10 times more information at you. And it's going to be a substantial increase when it comes to taking this test. I think it's $700 for this test. And there's no retakes. Well, you can retake it, but you're going to pay another $700. So just keep those things in mind. So that's your senior side of it. And then auditors, your auditors are going to make sure that we have everything that we're supposed to have when it comes to compliance. So sometimes they're in that group. They may be covered under the director of GRC, but they're just really checking, okay, for ISO 27001, which we'll learn about later. Not certification, what did he call that thing? That governance, we're supposed to have so many firewalls or servers that's blocked by a firewall. And what our auditors do is that they'll pick a time throughout the year and they'll check to make sure that those things are in place. That's all they do. Now, once they figure out if it's in place or not, then they'll write a report saying the things that we need to change. So I think auditors are very lucrative for the amount of work that they need to put in. But I'm not saying that it's easy. But what I am saying is that I don't see too many people complaining about auditors. That's just me being real. And I think, me personally, I think that you can get in this just as easy as an entry level job as a security analyst. GRCs, again, kind of like auditors, but what they're doing is that they're making sure our policies is okay, making sure we're not taking on any kind of risk that we don't need to take on. And then we're making sure that we are in compliance with whatever regulations that we're under. Let's say if we are a company that take credit cards all day long, we want to make sure that we are compliant when it comes to PCI DSS, which is for credit card industries that use credit cards for transactions. They have a list of things that they want their people to abide by. And it's up to the GRC team to make sure that we have those things in place. Again, I already talked to you about vulnerability management, but it's one of those silos where this is all what they do. They find out, like, okay, hands up if everybody is familiar with what happened on Friday when it came to CrowdStrike. Put a thumbs up in the chat. So if we're familiar with it, then vulnerability management, that person was supposed to warn everybody that, hey, we got something coming down the pipe and it's going to be big. And we need to get ahead of it before it affects us. So when you think about all those people sitting in their doggone airport, they either didn't have a vulnerability manager to see that coming, or they didn't have another way of really fixing that. I just really find it to be bad. But anyway, vulnerability management is that where I'm going to see what's the problem of what we have in store. It's kind of like looking at updates. So if you got a Mac or if you have a Windows and you have that time where you need to update your computer or your phone, that vulnerability management manager or analyst is going to look at that update once it's primed to come out and see if we actually need to push this out to everybody. See, the problem that happened with CrowdStrike is that it was a lot of people who updated the CrowdStrike agent because it was automatically set to auto update. And when it auto updated, it looked for a piece of file in your system 32 for Windows, and it kind of fought it and just kind of really deleted it, which caused the blue screen of death that everybody was just showing. And so now it just creates a headache for everybody else trying to get everything back online, because now you got to figure out ways of how do you put hands on that computer when it's not able to get back on the internet. And it's just a pain, especially for us, for my company that's remote, where I got things in China, Indonesia, Africa, and I can't put hands on them, but I have to work with people who maybe don't have that much great English and try to walk them through the blue screen of death to get them back online. But a vulnerability management could have stopped this before it got out of hand. Going back to cybersecurity engineer. So like I said, this is where I'm at, where I'm looking at the tools that we bring in and I'm determining if that's something that we actually need. You can end up spending millions on these different types of tools, and they all do different things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you need them. And so it's up to me to take them in, kind of get that demo, and see what it does, and then take it to our testing site to see if we actually need it, if it breaks stuff before we actually implement it. Does it work well with the things that we already have in place? Is it worth the money? Is it worth the contract? Because the contract is just, if you can create a software and sell the software, please do that, because people will pay you for it. A lot of money. So that's engineering. That's above the incident response. So incident response and cybersecurity analyst is probably going to be your entry level points. And this is where we're reading a lot of logs. We're looking at a lot of entries that come into the network, and then we're stopping hackers at the first level. But it's not just on the network. It could be physical wise too. It could be people coming into the building, just plugging a USB port, a USB thumb drive into our computer, and then getting on the network that way. So incident response is always constantly moving, constantly checking things, and trying to figure out how to close those gaps once somebody even attempts to penetrate those things. So that was a high level look at some of the roles that we have. I know I went over a lot when it comes to the certifications and the degrees and then the positions. Do you guys got any questions on those things? I know sometimes I can get a little long-winded. All right. So going back to CyberUp and going back to the course, this is what I want to do for this week going into tomorrow and Wednesday. So week 1, let's go ahead and let's try to knock out lesson 1, 2, and lessons 1 through 4, and then leave, I want to say, the last part of Wednesday and Thursday for crypto. And the reason why is because cryptography is going to be a little difficult to talk about and to get through. And so I want to leave a whole day for that and have that go into the weekend, and let's pick it back up on week 2. Because we're going to really, it's cryptography here, but then we're going to be talking about public keys on Monday. So, which is still just a continuation of cryptography. I don't want to get it confused with crypto, the money, versus cryptography, having things being unreadable. Those are two different things. They don't mean the same thing, not at all. All right. So, like I said, we did a high level view of security roles. The video will go into security controls. I also wanted to show you this. So for each lesson, like I said, I might have a PDF for you to read. And then like for this one is some extra resources that you can look at. So this is a live attack map. So I think it's kind of cool where you can see the actual attacks that's going on right now. I wouldn't say these are real time, but it's real enough to where you could see it's not just waiting for a big action item like CrowdStrike to happen. This is going on all the time while we're speaking, while we're going out there and browsing the internet. It's all about if it affects you or not. And a lot of times it won't affect us, right? But when it does affect us, that's when it becomes prevalent, and we have, why those why questions and what can we do to prevent it. My thing about cybersecurity is that it's not necessarily the people our age. Well, our age, I'm older than y'all, but the people who are used to computers, right? I would say anybody that's from 6 years old all the way up to maybe 50, 60 years old. I'm not worried about them. I'm more concerned about older people and then younger people and their information on those machines. You know, a 4-year-old and their social security number being lost or stolen identity when it comes to a 4-year-old or a 78-year-old that has no idea why they're getting scammed over the phone. That's where, you know, my concern comes in at. And I leave it up to you guys to learn this type of stuff. And then if you don't help nobody out, you help out your family. And you know, with this type of information. So hold on, let me look at this chat real quick. Yep. Any questions? If not, I'm gonna jump into a little bit of a lecture really quick. So I'm gonna talk about security controls from a high level, but I still need you guys to go through and look at these videos, and then what we'll do on tomorrow, I'll review these the first hour, and then the second hour we'll put some hands to looking at some different websites, looking at some different tools, and trying to marry these things up. Because the thing about Security Plus is that you can learn everything in these videos, like social engineering, but until you see it, then what you mean, Jonah? Like the website? But until you see it, you won't really understand how to use it in a real world scenario. Yes. So Jonah put in the chat about Try Hack Me and Hack the Box. Those are great sources to put those labs together. My only thing about these is that I don't. It might just be prevalent to me. I don't necessarily use this type of stuff in the real world. Mine is more built off of tools like this, and I have some stuff when it comes to Virus Total. I want to show you guys stuff like this. This is what I use on the real world. But you can go to Try Hack Me, sign up for free, and do some of the courses to kind of get that feel of going through a process of incident response, figuring out what's wrong with it, and then fixing those issues. Great source. With Virus Total, I like to go through, like if I'm having issues at work and someone is unsure about a website, so I'll take my website and matter of fact, yeah, I seen that was good. Throw a website in there and we'll see what does it come back with. So Virus Total is a repository that checks with the major vendors in the cybersecurity realm. And if they deem this to be a malicious site, you'll see entries like this. And so this helps me out, wonderful when it comes to doing tickets at work and someone's unsure about what's going on with a particular site. And so I could throw it in here real quick and figure out if it's malicious or not. Now, you may be saying to yourself, well, some of it's clean and then some of it's malicious and suspicious. Which one do you go with? Well, I say play it safe always. Always play it safe. Never really kind of go off of the fact that Acronis said that it was clean. You're better safe than sorry. and probably reach out to this vendor and ask them why are they seen as a malicious site, which in this case, for this particular site, this is a malicious site, sort of, kinda. So let's take a look at it real quick. So when you go to this site, it's actually, oh yeah, I forgot. Give me 1 second. Take that off and just go to, I'm a Google. So this site has malicious malware embedded on it, but it's used to test the security tools that you have in place. So a lot of times, if you just got a brand new, let's say, you want to replace your CrowdStrike tool and you want to get something new, then you can go to this website and test it out and download something malicious for learning purposes only to see if it alerts on it. I'm gonna go ahead and click download and see exactly if you guys can get a little show. Might show something, might not. Let's see. They use cookies, so we'll get into cookies a little bit later. I tend to decline all cookies just because while they're not malicious, they are tracking. And so they track your movements, they track your browsing history, and that's how they end up advertising to you so quickly because of the cookies that we accept. So whenever you can deny a cookie, go ahead and deny it. See if I can download something here. Oh, what's down here? Let's see. Not giving me much action. Try to zip file. So it's thinking about something. I don't know if you guys can see that, but you can see how my browser is looking at it like something's wrong. This is the antivirus kicking in right now and just saying, no, we're not going to allow this particular malware onto the machine, even if I said resume. So that's great. But this is, like I said, this is what I like to test out with. And this is what I would kind of encourage you guys to take that, what I just did right there, and put those type of things on your resume. That what we just witnessed is just me testing antivirus, making sure that I have up-to-date signatures. And if you can explain that to an employer, then that's experience. Whether it came into a business setting or just like I said, us having class at night, it's experience. It's still experience. And we used a reputable tool such as Virus Total in order to research a website. And then we also went here and actually tested out our antivirus to make sure that we could not download any malicious material. So if we could put those things on our resume, man, I think that could be a game changer. Any questions on that? Am I losing y'all?
So what if you try downloading it and it actually downloads? What goes on then?
Download it where?
You try downloading it on your device and it actually gets downloaded. What do you do then?
If it actually gets downloaded, then we're probably going to be looking at our antivirus that we should have on our PC. Are you a Mac guy or are you a Windows guy?
Windows.
So check this out. Even if you have a third party, you should have a antivirus on automatically installed on your PC called Defender. Microsoft Defender. And while Defender is not the greatest, okay, I'm not going to vouch for Defender, but Defender is reliable enough to stay on your computer. If it was to be downloaded, defenders should catch it and do what they call quarantine it. It should be put into a separate file folder on your machine to where the only thing it wants you to do from that standpoint is just delete it. So I got to go through this whole mess to try to show you what I'm talking about, but apparently they got a dashboard now. So this is new to me. So I'm kind of, let me get geeked out about this real quick. Oh, this is nice. Okay. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to get somewhere. Jesus. Anyway, Defender's supposed to see it. Believe me. I didn't know it had this update to it, but it should have a place to where I can. So all my update, my your virus and your threat protection is on, and it should be on your computer as well. And so, like, to answer your question, if it gets to your computer, if it actually gets to your downloads folder, this is supposed to kick in and quarantine that device, quarantine that file immediately. If it doesn't, and then you start to see weird information or weird activity going on, then what you want to do really is come to your start menu in Windows. Mac, I'm not familiar with Mac that much, and I'll explain why in just a second. But you want to go to Task Manager. If you see any kind of weird activity, what I mean by weird activity, things are opening up on their own, things are going really slow, and you want to check on your Task Manager your percentages here. And 9 times out of 10, if you see your CPU hitting like 99%, 100%, your memory is up on 85, things are moving slow, more than likely that fan is going to kick on into your computer and start making some noise and work intensively. If that's the case, then you probably want to come here to the task and stop it. And that's simple as, highlighting it, right clicking, ending the task. You can end the task and it should shut it down. Now, some applications come back automatically because they're built like that. More than likely, a virus is built like that to not just stop at the application, the task manager, but task manager is a great way to stop any unwanted processes that's going on. Now, I hinted at not being a Mac guy because it's really only because I would say maybe about 70% of the workforce is Windows based. And a lot of Mac operating systems are it's hard for people to understand how to use the operating system in a computer setting. They can use it as a phone and maybe as a tablet. But when I'm talking about older folks, 60, 70 years old, they don't want to try to the they're not trying to do the computer scene as a Mac. And I might be stepping on some toes, but I really believe that. And so I just chose to learn Windows, and Windows is continuing, like you just seen with Friday with the CrowdStrike thing. It shut down Windows. If you had a Macintosh in there as a backup system, you could have still kept the business going. And see, that's what I'm talking about when it comes to cybersecurity or informational security, is that you got to be able to look at every different aspect of it and say, hey, you know what? we don't need a Mac, but maybe we should put one over here just in case Windows goes down, and we can still have the print the itineraries, and the planes can still move, because it didn't stop the actual cloud from making being able to work. It just wasn't able to work with the Windows local machine. So unnecessary issues on Friday and today. But I got winded on that. Did I answer your question? I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. So that's embedded automatically on a Windows machine, but you can also put different antiviruses on there. So like I got another antivirus up here called Exidium, and I'm hoping to get you guys in this too, where this is a platform that allows you to have that that security analyst information, that security analyst experience from. If I can get logged in real quick. Bear with me. Two-factor. We'll go over two-factor, I think, on Thursday. And the importance of two-factor. If you have an account that offers two-factor, just go ahead and get used to it and just put it on your machine. When we talk about ransomware, this is your number one way of defending against ransomware is two-factor authentication. So, like I said, if I can get you guys in here, this would allow you to go into a desktop. A dashboard system and be able to see exactly what kind of like what we do on a day-to-day basis. I go to something similar like this for my job on a day-to-day basis. And what I do is I'll go to see exactly what machines I have on the network, what needs addressing, who needs patches, things of that nature. So I'm gonna try to get you guys in here in the user section, and so you could just browse around and see exactly what's going on. But sometimes your antivirus endpoint doesn't just have to look for viruses; it can tell you a ton of more things that's more useful. This is where we get into the EDR side of things, endpoint response and detection, or endpoint detection and response. Not only can it give you the regular stats about a PC, but then we can look at things like software lists, and we can create our allow lists as well as our deny lists, and we can do those things from here. And this is what I'm saying. When we go through our lessons, it'll tell you that in the lesson that, hey, you need to have a black list, you need to have a white list. That's all cool and everything, that you know what that means, but this is how it looks. And if you can remember this on the test, then you don't have to think about it as much when we can see what version we're on and why versioning is an important aspect to software inventory. Okay. All right.
Is the version on IP address?
One more time.
Is the version on IP address?
Is there a version on the IP address?
No, I said, is the version on IP address? Is it an IP address?
I'm sorry.
Like, if you go back to the place where it says version, right?
Where? I'm sorry.
The place you were previously on. I think that was software
Oh,
inventory.
on the software inventory.
Yeah. Is that an IP address? No, no, it's not. It's
Oh
not.
no,
No. Yeah.
this is a version number. So whenever, and this is later down in the lessons, but whenever we do talk about versions, these are this is terrible, right? Really, when you think about it. So the first number before the first decimal is the major change. Everything after this decimal point, this first decimal point, is a minor change. So this is a minor change. This is a minor change. This is a minor change with the 113. Do you have to, like, let's say if you get a 114 comes out, but all of these numbers stay the same, do you have to update? Maybe not, because maybe that minuscule change is just a font. They're adding fonts to it. But whenever it changes to 127, that's a major change. Millions of lines of code has been changed, and it's best for us to update if we need to. Now we'll go into it when I say if we need to, because to push out the latest and greatest, that's how you get the CrowdStrike thing. Because once you push it out and it ends up being a dud, then it's out there and you don't have a way of rolling back because we can't even get contact with it. So it would be best practice for you to see that an update is coming and what we call white papers. We will read the white papers and understand what changes are coming down the pipe, and then go in a test machine like this. This is VirtualBox for you guys and girls that need to work on an extra machine. VirtualBox is a wonderful way to go ahead and download an OS and practice on that, and you can use that on your resumes too. But you can use that as a practice way of testing that version to make sure if everything is okay and if it works with what you got in play. Okay. So like how I got here, I got a server and I got a Windows 10 machine, and I could just spin this up and then use this as my test machine instead of working on my local machine. I'm not going to do that now because that's going to be labor intensive on my computer while we're doing Zoom at the same time. But I will spin up my virtual machines for you guys to see that when we start talking about the cloud and things of that nature, because the cloud is pretty much essentially virtual machines. That's all it is. And it's still booted up. Anyway, hopefully y'all can see that and I'm not freezing up. Give me a thumbs up if y'all can see that. Appreciate it. So virtual machines are good. It's a good way to get good experience of creating your own environment. And what I need to do is actually maybe take one of these days and we go over setting up a resume. Maybe I'll give you guys a template and we can use that template as kind of like a basis so you can write your resume. So all these things that we go over and that you're practicing on your own time, you can throw it on your resume. Because I promise you, anybody that's looking at that you worked in a VM and you spun up a 2019 server, that's going to be very different than doing help desk tickets, resetting passwords. They both are important, but they speak very differently as far as volume is concerned. So my VM is taking forever to boot up. I just want to get to the splash screen so I can go ahead and shut it down, but I don't want to bore y'all with that. So I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. Well, you see that it's popping up. It's probably trying to pull updates, but I ain't got time for that. Anyway, later on, I'm gonna try to get y'all into this endpoint protection platform and let y'all play around in that as well, so you can get some good experience. Now it's at the top of the hour. I promised that I was going to do 2 hours. If y'all don't mind, stay right there while I look at this attendance one more time. And I'm gonna let y'all get back to y'all lives after this. But while I'm doing that, please let me know if you got any questions or what did you think about. Do you think that this is a good way that we can go about this class, or do y'all want to see something different? Let me know while I'm doing this attendance real quick.
I like the lesson plan on cyber. I think it's well, it's new to me, but I like the look of it so far, so I'm interested.
Okay, cool. Well, if nobody got anything else, I appreciate your time. Please do not hesitate to email me or contact me on LinkedIn, or you can find me on Facebook, find me there, or just email me back at the Zoom link that I sent out earlier tonight. And I'll try to get back with you as early as possible. But remember, go over the lessons 1 and 2 tonight or tomorrow, whenever you feel like ingesting that type of content. And then let's talk about it for the first hour tomorrow, and then we'll do some hands-on for the second hour. If everything is
Yes,
cool
sir.
with
Thank
y'all,
you for your time.
all
Yeah.
right, y'all take it easy. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Do I need I have to take my chapter 2 assessment. However, I got an email saying that it was from somebody by the name of Brian with the program, but basically it said, let me go to it. Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, one. They said yes, right here. Uh, Below is the voucher access code for your Core 1 test. Please plan to take your Core 1 test at your earliest convenience. The requirements from the Alabama Collective state that you must complete and pass the Core 1 and Core 2 exams. We will issue your Core 2 voucher once you complete it and show us that you passed the assessment. We will begin the Security Plus portion of the class Monday, July 22nd, 2024. To schedule the exam, click the link login and schedule your exam. So were they referring to the assessment or something completely different?
I have no idea. I'm sorry. Um, but I'm not sure. The only thing I have an excuse that I was just really last week told that I was going to start this week. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm still trying to figure out, what all they promise you guys when starting this program, and then what are you expecting after, that first cohort was done with the A+ side of it. Was it supposed to be taken, or can you take it whenever you feel like it?
Yes, sir. Because I'm about to take my assessment for 2 tonight. I'm about to take my assessment 2 tonight.
What's
And sir,
the assessment 2? I'm sorry. What
assessment
is the
2 for
assessment
Core
2?
2. It's the last big test covering all of the core that we just finished. It's the core 2 exam.
But that's for that's the A plus core 1 and core 2 is
Yes,
what
sir.
y'all referring to. Okay.
Yes, sir.
But that's not the actual test for CompTIA, correct?
No, sir. And I was asking, like, I'm not really sure. Do they want me to take my CompTIA test before I try to take the second one? Because I don't feel like I'm really ready for it, and I'm still like watching videos and stuff on YouTube. And I really like there's some principles that I kind of don't really grasp all the way, but I also I'm not sure because what does the test like even look like? Does it look like the assessment? Does it look like it's really just like not knowing?
If I knew better, I never took the A plus, but I think the A plus would look like the security plus, where and if you have that access to that website uh, to do the lessons for CompTIA, they should have a practice test in there, and that's how it should look. But I'm not told. I'm not 100% sure. So I would reach back out to who sent you that email and ask them if they want you to take that CompTIA exam, or when can you take it? When because there's no need for you to take it if you feel like you're not going to be ready. That's not the point, in my opinion.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No problem.
You have a great night, sir.
All right, y'all too. Anybody else got anything? Y'all there?
Morning. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Doing well. Blessed up,
That's good. That's good. We'll give it a couple of more minutes and then we'll get started. Okay. I can't find what I want. All right. Good evening. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing good. Is there any questions about yesterday, what we went over? Were you able to get
Hello?
to the Google Classrooms, check things out, or are you just kind of letting everything from yesterday sink in?
I was able to get into it. I do have a question. So I know Google Classroom has an app as well too. Is there a way to sync that Google Classroom into the app itself so it'd be a lot easier? Or would it only be within like a desktop setting? Or would it be able to, you know?
I believe that if you download that Classroom app, when you log in with that email that I sent it to, it should sync automatically, and it should just replicate whatever we have here.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. So, just real quick, for whoever is signed in as iPhone, just throw your name in the chat so I know who you are for attendance. So just to kind of recap, we went over CIA yesterday. We went over confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Those are the basis of what we're going to base everything that we talk about going forward on those pillars. We also talked about security controls, how we could put things in order to um, defend against any type of threats, risk, or vulnerabilities that we may face. Those security controls may be managerial, operational, physical, or technical. And it's on you guys to understand what type of items fall in each category. We also went over some title roles: security analyst, SOC analyst, vulnerability management analyst, or CIOs, CISOs, um, security, cybersecurity managers, cybersecurity engineers, and then we kind of touched on the domains. But as we go along, we'll dive much deeper, or it'll kind of become clear of the domains that everybody is in. Um, Everybody pretty much falls under the same domain of the umbrella when it comes to IT, right? We fall under that umbrella, but we also kind of fall under the domain of uh, business and business operations because we have to know what we are dealing with when it comes to business. Um, I have already put the lecture from yesterday into the Google Classroom here. It's uncut, unedited. So I think this is right at 3 hours. So you can go ahead and click on this and be able to, I think you should be able to view this. I don't think I need to give you permissions because I have you guys into the class. So if you don't have access to the classroom, please reach out via the chat or via the chat or LinkedIn, and I'll get you a link to the classroom. Carl, go ahead and send me an email, and I'll go ahead and put your email into the classroom, and it'll send an email to you to get you into that classroom. Any questions going forward before we go and jump into lesson 2, which would be threats and attacks? Any questions? All right. Give me a couple of minutes, seconds. All right, head it your way, Carl. If you don't see it in your inbox, check your spam because I might be jumping in there. All right. So hopefully we can get into a good bit of stuff. Hopefully I can show you some stuff you've never seen before, and we can have a good session like we had yesterday. I was very, very happy with how things went yesterday. I was very pleased with that. So let's keep it moving and let's jump into lesson 2. Recording is going. Comparing threats types. So in lesson 2, we're going to talk about the different threats, attacks that we can come across. When you're thinking about attacks, mostly everybody jumps back to viruses and worms and things of that nature, but that's kind of, early 2000s. We have our main threat today is going to be a ransomware attacks. This is where someone uses social engineering to try to really kind of get that link in front of you to click on it, and then once you click on that link, it uses encryption to lock everything up on your computer, and then they will ask you for a ransom in order to get your valuable information back. Ransomware is tough to defend against because we have to, as security professionals, we have to teach the clients how to be more mindful of what to look for when it comes to ransom or phishing emails, or like how we talked about yesterday, someone dropping a USB and plugging it in and then clicking on certain things that you have no idea what you're clicking on. The thing about a ransomware is that once it's started, once it's kicked off and it encrypts everything, it doesn't erase your information. It's just blocking you from seeing it. Only thing they're really doing is just basically putting a password on it. If you look at my screen and I go to the file section, hopefully it won't freeze up on me, and I go to save as a copy. I think no, hold on. Let me get right. Info. Okay. So if I go to protect presentation, I can protect this presentation with a password. And once you put that password on your document, it encrypts it. And when it encrypts, obviously no one else can get into that document unless they have that particular key, which is your password, to open that file. That's the only thing they're doing when it comes to ransomware. They're locking your whole computer down with one particular password. And they'll say, hey, give me 14 Bitcoins and I'll give you the password to get your files back. That's great. But if you pay that 14 Bitcoin for that, there's no telling that person will not just reactivate the ransom again. So, I always teach, if you get attacked by a ransomware attack and your files are encrypted, just go ahead and count your losses, charge it to the game, and wipe the machine clean. Do not pay the ransom. You should always have backups. Always, always, always have backups. In order to beat ransomware, backups is your number one thing. In order to beat ransomware, backups will be your answer. In order to beat beat ransomware, you got to have the backups, because it's just, it doesn't make sense. We had a up in Charlotte, we had the school district was attacked by ransomware, and they wanted, I think, the equivalent of 32,000 in bitcoins, and they end up paying it because it was, a lot of students' information that was encrypted, and they pretty much crippled the whole school district at that time. Um, but if they had their backups properly, they just could have, wiped that one or two machines and just restored from backups. Maybe been a day behind, and kept it moving with, regular operations. So let's jump into it. Vulnerability, threat, and risk. Whenever we have a vulnerability plus a threat, it creates what we call a risk, right? So a vulnerability is not necessarily something that you're dealing with, it's something that you're exposed to. So we all have a vulnerability to COVID or the flu, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that we will get it. We are just acceptable to it. And we have a vector or some type of opening to it. Now, the threat would be COVID or the flu, right? And so, how those things combine, if someone comes with COVID and we don't have COVID and we're in the same room, our risk and likelihood of getting COVID has substantially went up. And the same thing goes when it comes to computers or cybersecurity attacks, right? Whenever you are acceptable to an attack, if that threat is present, it could be a big risk that you actually become a victim of that attack. So last night I talked about vulnerabilities as far as patches was concerned, updating your phones or your computers, because those patches fix vulnerabilities that's out there. Those vulnerabilities are, mishaps that we have in the codes. On your computer and your phone, you have millions and millions of lines of code that the computer is reading behind the scenes, right? And so they are written by humans, so therefore they could have mistakes. And if they have those mistakes, those patches come out normally every month in order to fix those things. That's why they give you like the big red exclamation point or the big red number in iOS to say, hey, come on, let's go ahead and update your phone, because it's going to fix those vulnerabilities. Now, the threats are the attacks that can come along with those vulnerabilities, maybe taken over by someone that you didn't give access to, um, being able to remote wipe that machine, um, being able to take the pictures from a phone. Those are the threats. And so if those vulnerabilities are present on the phone, and that threat being, let's say, some guy in Kansas being able to hook up to your phone, then now the risk of you being hacked is very high. Now, if you patch your machine and you bring that vulnerability down to zero or very low, then the risk and the likelihood and the impact is very low. It comes down. We're able to control it more, because we're never going to eliminate the threat. There's always going to be threats out here, but we can do something about our vulnerability, which in turn help us with our risk. Okay. So on the test, you're going to see this equation. And just remember that if you have a vulnerability and then you have a threat, then those things together will bring on a risk. Now, the risk for certain, let's say, computers or information within a business, the impact could be high. It could be sensitive information, so the impact could be very high, or it could be very low. It's just the scheduling for the day, so the impact could be low. The likelihood is more based off of if the threat is I want to say, more imminent to actually attack or be in the area, the likelihood is probably higher. But then you also have something what we call you got man-made attacks, and then you have God attacks, or acts of God, right? And what I mean by that is that, pretty much anything that's on a computer or technical will be man-made attacks. But then you also have risk of tornadoes, flooding, hurricanes, those things that can impact the data center that we have our information on. And us as professionals, security professionals, we need to be aware of that. So, in order to know what part of the United States that we live in, and know what type of acts of God that we're susceptible to. Now, in Alabama, I would believe that y'all are susceptible to hurricanes, tornadoes, maybe earthquakes. Are y'all?
The tornadoes for sure.
What about hurricanes?
If you're in Mobile, more than likely.
Yeah, hurricane. Mobile, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Earthquakes? I'm kind of reaching.
Not over here. Yeah, it's more on
not
the
over
West
here.
Coast. Yeah.
So then we would say the risk and the impact will be low, right? We probably wouldn't have to do anything for that. Flooding, and I think flooding will be more on city to city.
It depends on if you're in a rural area, because some places do flood worse than there. I know, depending if you're like in a bowl or if you're like in an area, because I know, I'm from Phoenix City, and Phoenix City floods depending on where you're at. So,
okay, so all of those things we'll take into consideration, only because if we have data centers set up and we're running those data centers, if we flood out, like I worked at a bank, AgFirst actually, they flooded out with their data center. So we had to force our traffic to come out of Alpharetta, Georgia, versus being in Columbia, South Carolina. So those are the things that when we built the new data center, they took into consideration of how do we protect against flooding. Now, here's the thing. The flooding may come along every 10 years. So those things have to be in your, in your research. And when you go to your CIO or your CFO and you're looking for that funding for that type of project, you have to have that in mind. Like, hey, we could protect the data against tornadoes, but how often do we get tornadoes? Do we get it every year? And do we get touchdowns every year? Like, does it tear stuff up every year? And if so, maybe we do want to push everything to the cloud and have things in different areas around the country. But if not, then maybe we don't have to spend that much money in that area. That threat is still there, but it's not necessarily intimate to be a high likelihood of something happening. So those those act of gods and the man-made attacks, they work in the same way when it comes to threats. They are, if we have people that necessarily don't really know about email security, maybe we want to do a lot of training when it comes to phishing emails and spam, because that could be a surefire way somebody can get ransomware into the building. Okay. On the other hand, make sure that your fire alarm system is up to date and working properly, because like in one case, do you want to make sure that you have a water system in your server room? If the servers catch on fire or something sets that system off and it wets everything in that server room, then now we lost everything that's computer wise in that particular room. We can use gas to alleviate the fire issue, but if we use gas, then we got to make sure that there's nobody in the server room when that gas suppression goes off, because we could potentially kill someone. So we don't want that on the bill. So all those things we need to take into consideration And this is where, for me, I just say, hey, point everything to the cloud and don't really worry about having things on premise. But I can't say that every company is like that. You're probably going to find some that's having servers on the actual campus. The one thing I want to talk about on this slide is the internal and the external threat actors. We always kind of think that all the threat actors are external, but I would look at the internal threat actors a little bit more, just because they can accidentally leak your information out, or you could have a disgruntled employee that could possibly take something sensitive and then sell that information off to someone else. Maybe um, like the lowest level of that is if I don't like you like that and I take your email and now I just sign your email up to a whole bunch of spammy type of websites. So now you're just getting all types of emails to your inbox, just flooding it. That's the lowest level of just pettiness, right? But you can also have somebody that has been missed over for a promotion in the finance department, and so now they decide to leak the information of all the pay grades in the company. And you, as a security professional, you have to be responsible for that, because um, how do we keep that person from actually posting that on Instagram, on Facebook? How do we stop them from actually emailing that to themselves and then posting it outside of work? How do we keep it within our network? And this is what we kind of touched on last night about only giving you the information that you need to do your work. And I need to lock everything else down. So just in case I don't, I can't be in every department at every time. So I don't know all the relationships that you got with people. So if somebody tee you off and you decide to go ahead and give out so many passwords, or let somebody have your username and account and then remote into the from a different PC off campus or whatnot, I can't let you just do that without me having some type of knowledge of it and then being able to shut it down as quickly as I see it. Something has to alert me and let me know that that's happening. That's more than likely what we call DLP, or data loss prevention. It's very hard to implement, but it's needed because the internal threat, you already have the threat inside of your network. It's hard to go ahead and say that everybody's going to be a great employee while you're working there and not just accidentally leak some information out. Oh, I didn't mean to send that Excel spreadsheet out that had all of the bank account numbers on it. I had that happen to me. Or they put it into a cloud provider, let's say box.com, or they might put it in the OneDrive or Google Drive and have sensitive information sitting out there. Well, the thing about that is that once you put it in a cloud provider, that cloud provider cannot just delete your information whenever you decide to delete it. They have to keep it for so many years, really. And that those years may be up to 7. And so you got to be hands-on and lock down the network as much as possible before your information get out. Now, yeah, you're going to be looked at as, oh, security doesn't want us to do anything. They always, blocking websites or keeping us from doing our job. But that comes along with it. It's either you lock it down now, or if something gets out, you have to answer for it. And I'd rather not answer for it because I can't. I don't have time for that. So that's the internal, external threat actors. So what's some of the motivations for threat actors? obviously money, right? Or I'm sorry,
Greed, terror.
greed. Yes, I would say anything that your normal criminal would be motivated to do. Probably your threat actors are probably motivated as well. But when we think about those active gods, right? It's not, you know, the weather's not out for you today, but at the same time, it's just, um, are you in that type of environment to where it acts upon you? As far as man is concerned, I like to look at them as a practice. Some of them like to practice on different types of businesses, especially smaller businesses. Before you actually go and you get the nerve to try to attack Microsoft, maybe you might want to attack your local bank first, because your small um credit union that's only pertaining to that city, it's probably not going to be up and ready when it comes to their policies, having the right devices in play, the network locked down, and you probably can get some good practice in. That's why I kind of preach to these mid-sized and small businesses that while you may think that you're not important, a hacker doesn't really care. They're just trying to get some practice. So whenever they do get the nerve to try to go after the government, let's say, or the city hall, they know how to get past certain technical controls that's in place. Now, when we go back to ransomware is pretty much the motivation of that is just the money, right? It's definitely the money on that because of the ransom. But at the same time, it could be a disruption, just being able to, you know what, I'm a cause of disruption in your business today, and I'm going to make sure that you have no business going on today. And if I can put that ransomware in place, and once is locking down that computer in your environment, then you're not able to do any work. And far as I'm concerned, I've done my job for the day. And a lot of times when you see stuff like denial of service attacks where they're doing maybe a ping attack, and that's sending a whole bunch of traffic to a particular server or a particular user, that could bring down the servers at that time, and now you're not able to fulfill any orders at that time or any type of service requests that you have from your clients. How we get around that is we normally have something doubled up. So if something is uh, taking on a heavy load, we can have something what we call like a load balancer to actually send all of the legit traffic or the extra traffic and balance the two requests between between the two machines, and therefore we can constantly keep things going. Or if one machine goes down, we can always still keep the business running with another one. That's going back to the availability side of the CIA triad, being able to always have the servers ready, up and running. Now it's not just ransomware. You also have blackmails, extortion and fraud. Your normal things, right? And this is where I think the social engineering comes into play more often, because in order to get these types of attacks off, I need to be able to set it up in order to actually put it into place. Maybe I have something on this particular owner and I'm going to hold them accountable, or I'm just going to blackmail them until I get what I want, right? Or going back to the insider threat, when you're talking about fraud, maybe I've been working with this particular account for years, and I'm not going to do anything, outstanding, but they missed out on my bonus, they didn't promote me. I'm just going to take a penny from each account every month, and I'm gonna just slide it into this, separate account that I got over here. Nobody will know. I'm just gonna take a penny for 250 accounts. 1 penny. Nobody should know, shouldn't make a lot of noise. Especially if you look at a bank like working at a Bank of America or Wachovia or something like that, where you got millions of accounts. How do we block that? We make sure that those tellers, they cannot have the access to do those type of things, or you put kind of like a dual control in where you can take the money, but now you need your supervisor to actually sign off to say that you can move this money over to this account. Now, the thing about that is that they can you can get into what they call collusion, where, you know, all right, me and you, we got an understanding. If you take a penny, I'm gonna give you a penny, and we just take it from these 258,000 accounts, and we good. But I got to have my security controls in place so I can see something like that. Now, if you're talking, you know, you seeing traffic like that, which you're probably gonna see some wild stuff when you start seeing what people actually do on a day-to-day basis. It get kind of wild. But you can't don't take your, you know, professional advice. Don't take the law in your own hands. You are not a cop unless you work for the FBI or whatever. But don't just go and just say, "Oh, I seen you doing this, that, and the third. You going to jail." No, don't do that. Just take it to their boss. Say, "Hey, they wilding out. They've been taking this. This is what," and have your paperwork straight. Show the paperwork on what they've been doing, and then leave it alone. Because immediately, once you're catching someone doing a crime, it really needs to go to legal almost instantly, right? So just keep those things in mind. If you see something wrong, and you know for sure that you've seen a consistent uh, history of someone breaking the law, do not take the law in your own hands. Just go ahead and send that up to the proper channels and let them deal with that. Also want to talk about nation states, right? So you're going to get this in your exam too. Nation state actors are not necessarily hackers, but they're kind of like marketers almost, where the best way I can explain it is that they have a political agenda when it comes to putting things in your face or manipulating certain campaigns. So we all know it's voting time right about now, and I advise all of y'all to go ahead and vote early if you can. Go ahead and knock that out. But nation state actors normally will have a particular party that they are working with, and now their whole thing is to vandalize or maybe push a certain agenda for that particular party, that particular candidate, whatever they're hired to do. And so these, you've seen it more in the 2016 elections more than ever, and now with Trump and Biden the last time, it was more on the actual stage, and people actually brung it to everyone's attention. And now it's not so much in play right now, I don't think. But I do kind of worry about the actual the voting machines being rigged in some type of way. That's kind of sketchy to me. And plus, Trump had his campaign hacked. I want to say about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I thought that was kind of weird too. But anyway, the nation state actors they're in high demand as of right now because they have a particular whatever they want to push out. That's what they're going to do. They're going to try to get in front of your particular social media and give you what you want to see. They have the algorithm as far as what you like to see when it comes to each candidate. And so they'll try to push that narrative towards you and against their opponent. You'll definitely see this on the exam as well. Any questions? Now, going into hackers and then hacktivists. Hackers is the traditional term for someone who, okay, they don't use this term anymore because of obvious reasons. But back in the 80s, what they used to call hackers were crackers. Okay, ease up. Now, they changed that into hackers to, obvious reasons, but it used to be someone who cracked the codes of machine learning, or, computers. They changed it into hackers of, and that's where the name kind of originated from. And so that's where we're getting someone who actually manipulates the configurations of computers or systems. And when I say systems, don't just think about a computer, think about policies, um, operations that we actually have in the day-to-day operations, these systems that we have in place that includes your computer, right? These hackers come in and they disrupt that. They actually they look and study it and say, okay, I found a hole here. I can go ahead and manipulate that if I apply this, that, and the third. Okay. Now, um, the obvious thing is that they work alone. I think that's a stereotype. I don't think that a lot of them work alone, but that's the way we see it on the TV screen, right? Um, what you want to know is that they took out the word gray hat, but we got white hats and then we have black hats. And it's obvious, right? The white hats are going to be for people who look at cybersecurity and they use it for good. And then the black hats are used for basically hacking things, and they're doing things for own self gains. Now, when I say they took out the word gray hat, is because gray hats sit in the middle, of course, and they decide if they want to be a white hat or a black hat. So they may look at a website and scan it and make sure that everything is okay. And then if they find a bug on that website, the white hat of them may say, hey, I'm gonna contact the owner of this site and tell them to fix X, Y, and Z. But the black hat of that side of that person may look at them and may look at that site and say, you know what? I'm gonna hold this site for ransom and I'll get the money and then I'll let it go. Or I'll tell them, hey, this is what you got wrong with your site. I'll fix it for a fee. And if you don't let me fix it for a fee, I'll just go ahead and tell somebody else to exploit it. That's that gray hat. And so while I don't have it on this slide, I would say still learn white hats, gray hats, and black hats. Um, the famous term that we all hear when it comes to they have a conference in Vegas. That's DEF CON, but they also have a black hat conference where you know I wouldn't say that they're all criminals, right? But they are, I say, a bunch of gray hats that go out there to do conferences, talk to each other, socialize, and then come up with ways of, or tell each other about what they have been seeing out here in what we call the wild. And the wild is just, going out there and browsing on the internet. All right. So this is more on authorized versus non-authorized, is more on the pen testing side of it. Pen testing is actually testing your network to make sure that you don't have anything wrong. Um, but a hacker kind of falls in that same line as a pen tester too, right? Where they're not given a lot of information and they are skilled and trained to look at things from an outside point of view and try to make their way inside of your network. Um, and a lot of times, if they can find the authorized way of doing this, they can find a username and password in order to get inside. The non-authorized way is to find that flaw that you maybe skipped over and then break into that, or they do a brute force attack, and that brute force attack is just trying every possible way to break this password. And then once I break it, then I'm in. I used a non-authorized way to get into that. And just to kind of alleviate on that, or expand on that, every password can be broken, right? It will, if you're using a tool such as Kali Linux, you could use something called Jack the Ripper or Cain and Abel to actually do brute force attacks on passwords. And if your password is weak, then it should take no more than maybe about a couple of hours to break a password. If it's strong, a strong password, when you're talking about 8 characters, 2 symbols, and uppercase and lowercase, and a special character, you're talking about maybe it went from a couple of hours to a couple of years to actually do a brute force attack and go through every, possible digit for each space. That's why people are constantly telling you, when it comes to your passwords, make them longer and then make them more complicated. And I think, not in today's class, one of these classes, I'll show you how to make a password where it's fairly easy, because we're all kind of victims of it, where you got so many passwords for everything you do. And everyone wants you to have a different password for everything you do, but you got maybe 10, just on your phone alone, 10 different passwords for 10 different accounts. Well, that's where I would suggest you use your fingerprints and your face unlock. But a lot of people may not be so hip to want to do that, not want to be, keep that stuff on their phone. And I understand that, but it's less on your part. But I'll go into how to actually make a password that you can use, and you just have to remember a couple of things. All right, moving on to unskilled attackers. So this is where this word called script kiddies comes into play. Script kiddies are newbies, um, people who they will Google how to make a ransomware, and when that first that first search comes back, and the only thing you have to do is actually click and download it and then send it to somebody, that's a script kiddie. They're click click and play, or plug and play type of hackers. Just, they don't know how to hide their IP address. They don't know how to hide or use VPNs to jump from different countries and things of that nature. They don't understand the whole inner workings of a network just yet. And so they may be caught faster than what we have when it comes to the lone hackers or your black hat hackers. When it comes to hacker teams and hacktivists, now these are people also employed by the government, like nation state actors. But these hacktivists, these are groups of people that that's all they do, is they exploit um, countries or companies to actually get some type of publicity gain out of it. They're normally associated with this mask guy right here. If you guys have seen this guy before, I don't like this mask, but that's pretty much that's their little symbol thing going on. This is where you start getting into the dark web. Um, these are more likely your individuals that are not being held accountable, right? They are probably at this point, it's too expensive to actually get it down to one person or one group at that. Um, the Security Plus doesn't necessarily go too far into hacker teams and hacktivists, because it's just not in our realm of far and trying to actually get into the dark web, how to actually get there, and then how do we navigate around. Um, I've never been there, and I'm not trying to go there. Just to put that out there. I'm more trying to play the defensive versus trying to be on an offensive. And that's where I lie at. Any questions so far?
I do have one question.
Sure.
So I know you said about making your passwords, more intricate and to be more complex. I know for iPhones and Apple products, what it'll do is if you have, say if you're signing up for something password wise, it'll suggest you a password. Like it'll be complex and everything like that with special characters, numbers, and things of that nature. Do you think that still be a good way of using security for your passwords, or would you still want to create your own instead of using that one?
I am up in the air when it comes to password managers. I will suggest a password manager. I would suggest it before you start. I would suggest that before you use the same password for everything. But no, I'm not gonna say that. But we're all victim of using the same password for everything. All right. I am not better than y'all. So just putting that out there. But I know better. I just, I don't do better. But anyway, the thing that I don't like about passwords managers is that if you use a strong password to your password manager, you ain't getting in that joker. And that's a self-inflicting wound.
Yeah.
Right? But the perfect thing about that being on your cell phone is that you always got your fingerprints. You should be good. I would say go ahead and use it. It shouldn't be no problem. And I don't see any kind of hiccups if you're going to the different sites and it's always offering a new word, a new password. Long as you have that phone, you should be good. Now, here's the thing: when you go and decide to go and get the iPhone 16, are you going to be able to carry that thing over to the new one? I would make sure that your Apple ID profile is up to date and backed up. Now, when it comes to mobile phones, we don't really necessarily get too deep into mobile phones. We'll talk about internets of things, but we don't really get into like the etiquettes of how to handle your mobile phones. But I would suggest to anybody, whether you Android or iOS, always have your Apple ID or your Android account backed up, because we changing out phones every, I would say 2 years, 3 years, we're changing phones, and it's just a pain to try to bring things over. Go ahead and send it up to the cloud and update that profile there, so when you get your new phone, you're able to pull that stuff down and have that stuff for you, and you don't have to worry about just not wiping your phone totally clean before you sell it.
Yes, sir.
Because I had a couple of, you'll buy a couple of iPhones off of eBay or something like that, and just trying to get doggone the Apple ID off of an old phone is, you might as well throw it away. It's a brick.
You're not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna lie. Apple security is top tier.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pain. Can it happen? Yeah, I just don't feel like doing it. I really don't. So we had when I worked at a TV company, that was the first time I really got into iPhones, and this is after BlackBerry kind of folded, and so iPhones were the thing. And just the Apple ID, man, upgrading and just trying to take that old phone or anything connected to that phone, it'll all work if you have the ecosystem. But once you decide to go and upgrade one component, you have to basically, to me, wipe everything. But if you got different passwords for every device, then it just gets, it's messy. It's just messy. But yeah, I still don't see no problem with you using the suggested passwords, unless you are planning to go on a desktop and then go to that same website, and you don't even, unless you're able to see that password in that password manager and then type it in, you might have a problem there.
I was just gonna ask that because I feel like it'd be different trying to use a PC. PC would be, I guess, you'd be more vulnerable alongside a PC opposed to.
Now it's all secure. It just
Mm,
doesn't make it's not user friendly when it comes to
okay.
you want to be more efficient in your day-to-day action. You said you work in a hospital, right?
Yes, sir. Mm,
So a lot of times you may have something on the tablet, but then like y'all have computers in the aisles, I mean in the
mm,
hallways or whatnot. You might want to
mm,
go in straight as okay, I seen this on the app. Let me just look at it in a desktop form because it's different
yeah.
and it has more options that I could look at or whatnot. And you like, all right, type in your username and it's like, oh man, what is that? I set it up on the phone. It just throws your day off. That's all I'm saying.
Mhm.
And that's where I probably would stay away from it. That's me personally. I stay away from that. But
Yes, sir.
if I know I'm not going to look at it on the desktop, I'll use it on the phone.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No problem. All right. So going back to the nation states and the advanced persistent threats. So this is I'm going to speak more to the advanced persistent threats. These are going to be more of your hacktivists, your nation state type of individuals. These are people who are probably already in the network and you don't know that they're in the network. Okay. They're probably infiltrating, taking data slowly but surely. And by it being so many logs coming out of the firewall, you can't really see if there's anything going to a particular site or a particular machine out there in Russia, or if if they're exfiltrating the data at 3 o'clock in the morning out to North Korea. So these advanced persistent threats, they tend to sit low and don't cause any issues to your security controls. They get into your network and then they just slowly keep an eye out of what they want to look for. So if they see any type of 9 digits being created on a Excel spreadsheet somewhere, they'll take a copy of that and they'll send it to their servers because those 9 digits might be social security numbers, or they might be bank account numbers. And it's very subtle. You don't really see it. So whenever you see it abbreviated as a APT, you're dealing with somebody that's very skilled, and yet they don't really want the attention because they may sit there for years. And when I say years, maybe 7 years, 8 years, just collecting data. Um, when I think about something like an APT, I'm thinking more of a government type of threat that just may be sitting on a government server somewhere looking at the traffic go by. That's why it's so important for them to bring in cybersecurity professionals to try to even that out. Um, it's not a losing war, but it is something to be aware of, and we try to put in um, more hands on as far as having 24-hour socks in that case where someone is constantly watching the network 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We will normally have another company come in and do that for you. Like, you're not, more than likely when you guys get the job, you're not going to be looking at got you. You're not going to be looking at the firewall logs every day. You're going to be looking at the notifications that may come in that you deem to be important. But a APT is going to have so little movement that you might not just see. You might not see it, and that's just the bad thing about it. But hopefully, you can get a good, SOC in there that can look at the logs and say, "Hey, this traffic is going somewhere that we don't think is a good place. Do we want to put a block on that?" Of course, we got organized crime. We already kind of touched on that before, where people are doing things for monetary gains or some type of ego trip, or trying to, practice their skill sets. But we also have, believe it or not, competitors. This is where I like to give my example of, would Pepsi actually hire a hacker to hack Coca-Cola? Or let's say if it's someone fighting for actual attention, would TikTok hire someone to go against Twitter and actually, you know, hack Twitter, or maybe bring the servers down just for a little bit? Matter of fact, let's go back to another one. Would PS5 hire someone to hack Xbox? So now we have those servers, those gaming servers, and if we can get majority, we know that if the Xbox servers are down, gamers will come over to the PS5 side of it and be able to play on our platform traffic. Would I hire someone to actually perform those things on a daily basis, on a weekly basis? Is that possible? Of course it's possible, but is it something that is it ethical? Like, would companies actually do that? And I think so. I really do think, like, behind the scenes, yeah, all day. All day. Like, my friend just he sent me a text this morning how the Xbox servers were down when it came to online gaming this morning. And I still don't understand how you could be Microsoft and any of your systems are down at any given time, right? You just, it's too robust for you to be down. So me personally, I just think that that's something external sending traffic to actually disrupt that that flow of traffic going into Microsoft. And I like this bullet here where it says combined with the insider threat, right? That collusion that I was talking about. Your competitor might see that you're a good employee, or you have a particular status within that company, and then they hit you on LinkedIn. Hey, I see that you've been working with Nike. I work for Under Armour. Hey, real quick, just see if you send us some prototype drawings of the new shoe that you got coming out for the new NBA season. We'll throw something your way if you can find us some good information. Not saying that it's ethical, not saying that it's right, but I'm saying that it might just happen. Okay. Now, in this slide, the one thing that I wanted to focus in on is the internal threat. Like we already talked about, it could be unintentional, where somebody is, oh, I didn't mean to share something. Oh, I didn't mean to give that password out. Whatever the case may be, that could be an internal threat, or it could be intentional and actually have some type of malicious act towards it. But I wanted to highlight the shadow IT here. The shadow IT is when clients or people on the network, they take it upon themselves to actually try to help IT out. So they might bring in a router, they may bring in a switch and plug it up to the network. And when they do that, those items are unauthorized on the network, and they could be vulnerable to certain attacks. And if the IT department doesn't know about it, then they could end up, creating another what they call a vector into the network, and then creating another risk that the IT department has no idea about. But this is often alleviated with a lot with training and security awareness. And they're saying the lack of those two things would normally result in a unintentional insider threat. All right, we almost halfway there, and then we'll get to this break. All right, so I already kind of talked about those vectors. Vectors in an attack surface is pretty much just if we have the center of our network being, let's say the our main building, what are different ways that threats can come into our network? Can it be um, tablets, mobile phones, laptops? Could it be social media accounts from a personal phone or from a house somewhere? How big is our attack surface? Because our attack surface is not just in the building; it's all around, um, and anything that connects back to our systems. And that's where we have to be aware of and actually put controls in for that. Thinking about going back to the example of protecting your house. How many different ways is it to get into your house? You got the front door, the back door, the garage. Maybe you can climb down a chimney. Maybe you can come through the windows, a basement. What are the different ways that you can actually get into the building? And those are different vectors, right? Now, software is the obvious thing when it comes to your computers. Your software is normally going to be vulnerable if they're out of date or they need some type of patching done. And it's on us to actually understand when these updates are notifying us, and then we need to actually put them in place in order to um, bring that risk down when it comes to vulnerability. Now, it's always important to understand when systems are not supported anymore and applications are not supported anymore, because now what that says is that third party or whatever company that you're working with, when it comes to that system or application, they're not looking at the code anymore to try to fix it. It's just on you. Whatever we left undone, it's just undone. And so that's why I highly recommend that if you see anything that's out of date, Windows XP, a little bit of Windows 10, try to stay away from putting any type of sensitive information on that, because you don't know what patches you're missing, because that is not even supported no more by the vendor. You also have network vectors, and so this is getting in through the Wi-Fi. Um, in the second hour, I'll show you guys a tool called Wireshark, where we can look at the traffic going back and forth from different appliances and see if we can actually look at those network packets. Um, this can be done at any place, and is actually a good tool to learn and actually put on your resume. You also have things like Bluetooth, where we can connect to each other's Bluetooth if we have those little pin numbers in order to have that connection. But you want to make sure that your Bluetooth is up to date too, so you're not really bleeding that stuff over. But these are also different vectors that people can take advantage of, right? Normally, um, 9 times out of 10, the Bluetooth on your laptop is probably defaulted to on. So it should be on right now just to listen to, mice or wireless keyboards. But let's say if I have a device that can connect through it via a phone, and if it doesn't ask me for a PIN number, then I can Bluetooth into your computer and gain access that way. The lure based vectors. This is more popularized by the removable device. I said this last night when it came to the USB attack, where I would write an important person's name on a USB, tape it up, and then put it in the bathroom somewhere, or just drop it in the student center, and then have somebody pick it up and see what's on it. That creates a curiosity, that it creates a vector into the network, kind of just based off of the lack of awareness that the client may have. Just real quick, let me talk about Trojan horse malware. So you're going to see this on the exam. Trojan horse are, and it's not as prevalent as it was back in the day. Trojan horse is malware or some type of virus that you think is a good piece of software in the beginning. So it may be some type of like a calculator, or maybe a plug-in to the window, the Google Chrome that you're using for a calendar in plug-in or something like that. Something that you're thinking is going to help you throughout your daily processes. And then when you go to install that application, it turns out to be a virus. And that's simply just a Trojan horse. Going back to the story back in the Greek days, where they're thinking that they got a present, and what it actually was something there to kill them. You also have messaging based vectors. This is where your emails, SMS, which picked up a whole lot lately with the robot calls as well. The IMs, you don't really see IM attacks like that going into like Microsoft Teams or someone jumping into the Zoom chat here. You don't really see that too often, but it happens. I'm starting to see a lot of social media and web takeovers. Getting your social media hacked is still I haven't really figured that out. Maybe just because I don't do the work at work on social media sites. I don't understand how people have their sites, their profile taken over by someone, and they don't get it back. I still don't understand that. But we see it all the time, right? Now, if you just so happen to have that, maybe a business account hooked up to your TikTok or your Instagram, that may be feeding back into the network. And so that may be a way back in. That might be a vector there. You also have supply chains attacks. So what does this mean? This means like if you're depending on a particular company to provide you a asset or something that you actually are using for work. Maybe if you're a bread company and you're waiting on the bread vendor to give you a product so you can actually go and provide bread for people, if they are out of bread or can't get to you, or let's just say they don't have power or what have you, then in turn that's a denial of service for you. You can't provide any service to anyone until you're able to get back up and running. This is where you see the CrowdStrike thing that happened not too long ago, maybe about 2 months ago, how that was a supply chain attack for a lot of businesses. Airport shut down and everything because that one vendor had a problem, and then now everybody else was affected. Any questions before we get into social engineering? Any questions? Shouldn't be long. All right. Social engineering. So this is where you're hacking the human. You're playing on someone's intelligence. You're lying, pretty much, right? This is where you'll hear any and everything, and it's not the human's fault or the person's fault, because we're just made to really kind of help each other along, especially in a working environment. We're not here to really cause any kind of problems. And so people who use social engineering know that, and they try to manipulate us based off of that. Now, a lot of times you get impersonation and then pretexting. This is where those IM or those SMS messages come into play, where they're telling you one thing. Maybe your UPS package hasn't been picked up. Please click this link so we can tell you the whereabouts of your package. but you wasn't expecting a package. Those are attempts at social engineering attacks. Those calls that you just randomly get, those are legit calls, I believe. They are legit. I think your number is pretty much on a list that they're trying to sell you something. But every now and again, you will get someone that's trying to get something personal from you. They're trying to get a phone number, address, social security number, birth date, something personal that's directly linked to you. And then that's a more direct of a social engineering attack. When they're trying to just sell you something like life insurance is up and running now because of open enrollment between now and November. You're going to get a lot of calls of, hey, open enrollment is now, do you want to, we can beat your company's rate or what have you. That's just, you're on a sales list, right? But you being on a sales list might be the result of you having your information leaked by a company that you gave your information to. There's nothing you really can do about that. Just kind of like wait it out. But you got of course, the classic phishing attacks. These are, just parts of social engineering, trying to make you confused on an email and send you to a particular site. In the second hour, I'll show you some examples of this. Phishing is the same thing as a phish email. It's just in voice settings, actually getting you on the phone and trying to talk you into something that you're giving up. Smishing is more on the texting side. So reading those texts that you don't know where it came from, but they're telling you that they have some important information to tell you. And then farming is getting traffic to go to certain sites via a DNS spoofing. So if you guys are familiar with DNS, DNS is a network protocol that turns the regular words of a URL into a IP address, and then you go to your website after that, right? So they'll take something like ESPN.com, and then ESPN.com changes into an IP address, and then at the end is the website. That process of it changing over to the IP address is called DNS, domain name service, DNS. And so if they can spoof that, if they can change that, then they can send you to a particular site that you have no idea that should be there. And I'll show some examples of that in the second hour as well. Especially these typo squatting sites. These are my favorite things to look at, just because you'll see how good they are. And you just got to respect the fact that someone will take that much time to spoof us a whole website just to get your information and to try to get something from you for free. And I'm talking more like your social security card or your bank account information. That's typo squatting. Just to give you more of a contextual definition of typo squatting is taking that same URL and maybe changing a word or two, a letter or two. And so when we're typing, sometimes our fingers may just naturally hit the wrong key. And instead of going to Facebook, you may go to FaceMook, which is an M for the B, right? And what typo squatting does is that hacker will create a whole site based on the domain FaceMook, and then you go there and try to put your username and password in, and then they're able to collect that credential. All right, last slide here. Business email compromise. So what I always kind of preach about is never give out never give out the emails that you don't want to be out. I would also, in my earlier years of teaching, I would say don't give out your business email. And that's the more professional way of saying it. But don't give out emails that you don't want spam to go to. So when you're, what I hate is in South Carolina, man, they got Dish Network. They'll be in Walmart trying to sell new subscriptions, and you're trying to be nice and just say, man, I don't want it, but they want your information anyway. And you'll tend to give them your name and number as well as an email address. And now you're getting all these spam emails from them because you gave them that address. My advice is, have a fake email that you could just put down at any given time so you don't have to worry about that. But you also need to make sure that if a business email could be spoofed by someone, and if you're not familiar with that person, and they have a domain that's similar to your business email, just make sure you're looking at the spelling and making sure that if it doesn't match up, that you might not want to open that email, because it may not come to the spam inbox. It might just go to your inbox, and they're only just waiting on that one click to try to take you to a particular site. Any questions? I know I kind of ran over.
question.
All right.
No question at the moment.
Let's take 10 minutes and meet back at 7:25, and then we'll do the last hour of it, or whatever, the last 45 minutes of it, and try to get y'all on the way. All right. And I'm gonna go ahead and take attendance too. So
Okay.
I'll be on here for a while just to do the attendance. So where I want to start off is a site for email security. And it tells you if you actually had your email hacked before, or if the information has been leaked out, right? So this site, Have You Been Pwned, can tell you if your email has been a victim of a data leak before. And as you can see, like, I had my Lee Mitchell 15 at Yahoo for years. I want to say about 10, 15 years now. And so what that means is that, there's been plenty of time that the information, I would say, around this account has been part of some type of data breach. I'm gonna put this site in the chat, so just in case y'all want to check some of your emails that we use on a day-to-day basis, test it out, see if there's something that will interest you. Now I'm gonna also show you my business email that I rarely ever give out to people. I only give it out to companies, and as you can see right now, as far as they know, it hasn't been part of any type of breaches. So I think this is a cool little way. It's nothing that you would use on a day-to-day basis as far as like threat hunting or something like that, but it's nice to kind of understand, hey, maybe I want to make a new email. Maybe this email is a little tired out. Might want to use something else. So that's that website, as far as showing you how we're all affected by some type of cyber attack. Want to make sure I got my next thing out here. Okay. My next piece I want to show you is a threat map. So a threat map, again, something that you don't necessarily use on a day-to-day basis, but it's cool to talk about and to look at. These are the threats that's going on real time, quote unquote, real time. And it could be all types of different types of attacks that's going on. And there are going from place to place across the country, within the country, and it's just kind of really cool just to watch these type of attacks that goes on. And the most things that you see is just these three that's highlighted here at the bottom: malware, some type of install, some type of software that's gone out there, some type of phishing attack, and then some type of exploit. Exploit means I'm actively trying to take advantage of a device. I'm actually putting in a code to try to take over something, or to actually lock down a PC or what have you. So they're actually being attacked at that moment. You can find these threat maps from anybody. I like to use this one, and I think another one from another cybersecurity company. I think it's Fortinet that has another cool one. But I like to have this just to kind of show that it's not just whenever you see it on TV; it's constantly going on at all times, and you can just see how it's just going at the rate over here. Slows down a little bit. How these attacks are just being recorded. Now, you may be looking at it like, well, okay, I know, right? When you look at the attacks, it's like if they could see it going on, why not put a stop to it? And a lot of times these are what the firewall sees. So to explain the firewall, your firewall is going to sit at the edge of your network, and it sees traffic going back and forth in and out of your network. But its job is to look at what's coming in, determine where does it go within your network, and send it there or drop it. And Checkpoint is a cybersecurity company that provides those type of devices. Fortinet is another one that provides those network devices, and they can create, based off of the information that they see, they can create these maps that I would say is pre-planned, but they market it to us as if it's live, right? But nevertheless, it's something cool to look into. Again, nothing that I would put on my resume, but it's nice to see. It's nice to see the currency of it. All right, so let's get into the out-of-date software. Earlier in the slides, I talked about the out-of-date software, and I wanted to bring it up. I wanted to actually show you Windows XP, but this is Windows 10, right? So Windows 10, I want to say last year became a out-of-date or not a supported operating system by Microsoft anymore. And this is running slow. So forgive me, I'm running virtual box at the same time that I'm doing a Zoom call. So it's eating up RAM. But I wanted to try to show you the updates. I should have just already had it open. Okay, Jesus. Let's try that again. I'm trying to, okay. Jesus, come on. Work with me. Today. We might not get through this just because I don't have enough RAM. I'm surprised that I'm able to have this virtual machine up and be able to see you guys on the Zoom as well. But I know I'm stretching it. Let me try to close out some windows real quick. I don't need the thread map anymore. I'm going to leave this up. I don't need that. I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to go there in a minute. And I don't need this. Now let's go back to virtual machine. But anyway, just to kind of kill the radio silence here, the Windows 10 machine is not up to date as far as what a Windows 11 machine would be. It can only update as far as what Microsoft has left it off to be. And so you won't receive any new updates after a certain time. Okay, once you patch everything that you have in there, then you're kind of just leaving it out there for really to be another way for someone to actually get into your system. So I have a vulnerability that's high on my computer because this is out of date software that I should have off my machine, but for learning purposes, I have it on there. And if you guys want to try working with a virtual machine, I would suggest getting something called VirtualBox, and this will allow you to actually load on different OSs on your machine if you have the RAM to hold it, and you can practice with different OSs on your machine.
These operating systems that, of course, are updated and to relevance and doesn't have any compromising factors.
I would suggest that, but if you're, let's just say, if you're trying to really build that resume, you want to make sure that you understand what you're looking at when it comes to like Windows 10, Windows 7, XP, just to kind of get a feel. You can always take it off once you're done with it. Like the thing about VirtualBox is that once you're done, you can always just blow this away by hitting remove once I shut it down, right? Or you could just shut it down and then now you're disconnecting it from the network. So you're kind of alleviating that leaving it open to any type of vulnerability that might be out there. You can shut it down and delete it, or you could just make sure that you shut it down. But that, that's on you if you're going to put a old operating system on there like I am. But I pretty much just use this for learning purposes. And in a virtual box, in a virtual machine, it's very hard for a hacker to come into the virtual machine and then jump out of that virtual machine into my regular machine, which would be here. This background here. It's super hard to do that. Normally, because if I have my configurations right, I should not be talking to my virtual machine at all. Not from my regular desktop. Yeah. And plus, I probably got it on the lowest amount of RAM for it too, so I can't do much here. But yeah, that's what I wanted to show you, and I pretty much got my point across, but I wish I could show more. But it's not going to let me do it. So I'm going to just exit out. Shut it down and get that RAM back. Shut it down. But definitely want to look out for those. And if you can, go ahead and update them as much as possible if you have to have them. Because in some places, like let's say if you're like me, you have to work in an industrial plant, we have to have Windows 7 in our environment because we have certain power belts or conveyor belts that only run on a Windows 7's machine. And if we take that out, then there's no net guarantee that the Windows 11 machine that we put in will run that conveyor belt. And so we pigeonholed ourselves into just keeping that one particular machine. And so how do we come up with a compensating control to protect against that? Is that we make sure that it doesn't have any type of internet access, and we just kind of keep it to itself. We tell the person to turn it on, but you can't get on the internet at all when it comes to this computer. Its sole permission, its sole purpose is just to run this conveyor belt. And in a lot of places that we go, you're going to see a lot of out of date software, out of date operating systems, and it's up to us to actually try to do something about it. So we saw yesterday when I pulled up my Sophos device, you seen that it was already telling me that it's out of date, and that I don't have a license for it, but in turn it's out of date too, because these things normally update on a daily basis. So if there's a vulnerability for this particular version, someone could possibly take advantage of it and possibly do some harm to my computer. You know what I mean? And when you're talking about giving up access to your computer like that, you don't necessarily need someone to click on a link to give you ransomware. They could just load that piece of software on your machine and be able to kick it off if they have the proper permissions. So that's out of date software. Um, let's go into Wireshark. We talked about how the network could be a vulnerable spot where we can look at traffic going back and forth. Are you guys familiar with Wireshark? Have you seen this type of tool?
Honestly, no.
No.
I
Okay.
haven't seen it.
I've seen a little of it, but it's just a lot to decipher. So
Right.
trying to understand everything is a headache.
Okay. Well, I know I've been yapping a whole bunch tonight, but I'm gonna try to go over Wireshark just real quick.
Oh no, I was saying to like the traffic, understand the network traffic when with Wireshark, not you, sir.
Gotcha. No. It's no problem. Wireshark, as a security professional, you're not going to use this on a day-to-day basis. You shouldn't, unless you are is really according, how small is the company, and then how much of troubleshooting do you have to do. But Wireshark sees the traffic, network traffic going back and forth to everything that's connected to your internet on that particular network. This works. This is a free download, and I'll put the address in the chat so you guys can go and check it out. Download it yourself if you want. Let me know if you are confused on what version to get or what bit to get, but you can find it here. But what it does is that you can see all of the different networks that it picks up here. And what you want to do is click on the one that you're connected to see the traffic. Once you connect to it, it automatically starts pulling down all of this traffic. This is all of the devices in my house that's conversating to something. And at this point, if I stop it, we have already got tons and tons of traffic. Tons. Right? Now, you're right. It is a lot to actually take in and see what's going on. I'm not asking you to become a guru, but I'm asking you to look at the basics of what's actually going on. Every device has an IP address, right? And then if that's the case, then these source IP addresses are things that I should know that are communicating in my household. As I can see, this 206.247 is constantly showing up. This 192.168 is constantly showing up. These are actually the only two that's showing up. So these are, I wonder, since I'm upstairs, I wonder if this is my router and my computer, because these are the only things that I'm upstairs with. So what I'll do is I'll pull up the CMD command prompt, and I'm going to do an IP config just to find out what is my IP address for my computer that I'm on right now. And I can't go off of this one because this is for the wireless network for my virtual machine. So I'm looking for the Wi-Fi network for my particular computer.
Is this a separate operation? This configuration.
Say that differently.
Is this a different platform that you're on currently? Looking at your URL.
The black screen here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a command prompt. So you go to your start menu and you could type in CMD if you're on a Windows computer. And it should bring up a command prompt that you can open up. Now, this command prompt brings up information about the back end of your computer. So you can look at your IP address, but you can also do things like a ping, and you could ping stuff like Google, right? And what this does is that it's counting how many times it can actually go out to the Google server and check that if it's there and then give you a reply back. Is there more sexier ways of looking at this? Yes, but command prompt is pretty much your basic way of doing these things at a quick glance. It's also a nice thing to put on your resume too, being able to work with a command prompt. So when in a command prompt, I normally I'll come in and look for my IP address, or look for someone else's IP address, or see if I'm at work and I need to know if another computer is on the network. I might try to ping that computer to make sure that they're up and running. Does that make sense, or do we need to go into networking a little bit more?
It makes sense in the idea that I'm uncertain exactly what you mean by pinging the
Okay.
other device.
So real quick, so to ping something, the command ping is to actually reach out to another computer and say, "Hey, are you there? Are you on the network? Are you communicating? Can I communicate with you?" That's all, all those expressions are expressed by the command ping.
Thank
Now, this is, it means nothing by itself. I have to add it to something. I have to tell it to actually go and look for another computer. Now, I should be you are only able to ping things within your internal network. So wherever you're at right now, whether you're in a building or in your house, apartment, dorm room, whatever you have in the internal, you can ping those things. So if you got a printer, and if you know the computer name of the printer or the IP address of the printer, you could ping it to see if it's online. Right? Now you can also ping things that's outside of the internet. And that's when I'm saying you could ping something like google.com and see if it's up and running. Now, when you're pinging it, you get a IP address from Google. This IP address is from a Google server. And basically these bytes and times and the time to live is basically telling you that my computer and a Google server is talking back and forth and saying, "Hey, we're both communicating, and we have no problem communicating with each other." Okay. Now, I can also do this for any website. So, ESPN.com, and you see that I get a totally different address but my ping times are pretty much going to be about the same. Your ping times are pretty much going to be around how fast your internet is. Okay, so you really don't have to worry about that. But what I do want you to know is that you see how I put in ESPN.com or Google.com and it came back with the IP address. Remember when I was lecturing, this is DNS working. This is the DNS protocol is taking Google.com. A computer doesn't know what Google.com means. It knows how to talk the numbers. And so it automatically takes DNS and translates it into the IP address. And it says, oh, you don't mean Google.com. You mean you want to go to 173, 194, 219, 101. That's where you want to go. Okay. So I know I threw a lot. Does that kind of clear up a little bit more picture as far as pinging? Pinging is just really.
Yes, I understand what binary code is. And that
Okay.
and that aspect of knowing an address. Everything's a destination. I can understand that much.
Okay. But do you understand the ping aspect of it?
Yes, they're in between a URL or just a communication between your computer and the destination that you're attempting to communicate with.
Correct. Now, going back to what we was talking about tonight, I brung up very shortly a ping attack. And I said that a server can send a whole bunch of pings at a particular server or a particular computer, and it could flood and stop the services of that server because it's constantly asking, hey, are you there? Hey, are you there? Hey, are you there? And the thing about a ping is that it will ask one time, hey, are you there? The response back from the destination is, yes, I am. Then it's looking for an acknowledgement showing that you have received that message and that you can stop the communication, right? That's why you get these four little pings and you stop it. But if I'm constantly getting at you with servers, like 4 or 5 different servers, all sending the same thing, I'm creating a denial of service to that machine because a server or a computer is designed to always answer the next command. And if your only command is, hey, are you there? I'm creating I'm not letting that computer answer that and then move on to the next service or command.
In that instance, can you flood the firewall, or does the computer understand the kill to command?
The firewall is supposed to. You would like for your firewall to be smart enough to see that type of traffic and stop it, cut it off. But you also want to put some configurations on your server to have to say, hey, okay, if you don't get an acknowledgement after so many times, this time to live right here, if you don't get a certain acknowledgement, go ahead and drop it. Go ahead and drop it and move on. That's where, going back to yesterday when we talked about operations, those things are in the operations. Those things we'll talk to the networking team and we'll say, hey, for our servers or for our firewalls, we want our time to live to be this particular time. Because just in case you get
policy?
a ping, I'm sitting in.
Policy? No,
Not
operational.
In the way, it's operational
Okay.
and going in that technical realm because we got to make the configurations in the technical. You get what I'm saying?
No, that made a lot of sense. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, but good question. All right. So going back to Wireshark, if we know, okay, so going back to my command prompt, I'm gonna go back to this first tab. This wireless LAN Wi-Fi is what we clicked on here in Wireshark, and we could see that my computer that we're currently looking at my IP address is 192.168.86.36.38. Jesus. And I've been talking to these particular addresses constantly. You can see I'm talking to something, and that whatever this is talking back to me. Right? And you can see the acknowledgement here. You remember when I said that it'll ask a question, but then it will it's waiting for the acknowledgement to stop that particular conversation that it's having, right? And so now I don't know what 206.247 is, but let's see if we could ping it and maybe see what if it's on the network, maybe. Ping 206. Jesus. That is not on what I said, 206.247.137.229. So since it's timing out, that means, let's see if it comes back with another one. Okay, so it's timing out. I would assume that this is an outside address. So let's take this address. And now let's do kind of like a reverse lookup. What we want to do is, instead of having it be an IP address, we want DNS to tell us what's the name behind it, if there's a name. And so if you guys were logged on when I was on here earlier, I've been messing around with the NS lookup. Matter of fact, let's do it in the command prompt. NS lookup is a way to see and have that reverse lookup, but it basically takes an IP address or domain name and give you more information about it. Now, what does it did? What did it do when I gave that command NS lookup, then space, and then the IP address? It let me know that well, this is not important, but this is important. This is the Zoom call that we're on. I'm constantly talking to that. And so now, going back to Wireshark, since we did that little bit of investigation, we could see, okay, one computer is talking to something on Zoom constantly. That's all you see. Now, can they see the people that I'm connected to on Zoom? No, it's not that intrusive. But I can run Wireshark from the outside of my house. I can run, this could be my neighbor for all I care. It didn't ask for no password or anything like that. I just have to be on the same network. Okay. And if that's the case, then you can use something like this tool just to kind of get that basic information of what's going on. Okay. If I wanted to be mischievous, if I want to be malicious, I can say, okay, with just that little bit of thing, and I can tell that they're talking about Zoom. Let me see if there's any kind of vulnerabilities for Zoom that I can use on this particular address, the 192.168.86.36.38, which is my computer. Because I know that person has Zoom because he's talking to them. That makes sense? And that's, that's not getting into the whole packet frame here. Wireshark can be way more intrusive than that. You can get into, if you're using HTTP, you could pretty much see what's in the packet. You could see the images going across the network. But that's why we preach on getting on HTTPS. And we'll go over that next week in the networking class. But Wireshark is a good free tool to use. And only thing you need is the basics to understand, and just to know that you're talking from time frames. They give you time frames here. And then you're talking about from a source destination to a source destination and a destination that it's going to, and then the protocol that is using to talk back and forth. Okay.
I have a question.
Yep.
So in cybersecurity, would we be asked to like say look up look through packets for certain destinations if somebody was to get like malicious emails? In the time that I was using Wireshark, we were basically given different projects as to where we had to sift through all the information and see, look at the destinations, find out where they came from, the sources, and basically who was sending them. Would that be a task that you would think that we would be doing if we were on a cybersecurity team, or would that be more like a data forensic scientist job? Do you?
It would be both. It's how intrusive do they want the information when it comes to a regular cybersecurity team? If you're in that threat hunting field, that category, they're going to be, they will have more sophisticated tools than Wireshark to actually perform those tasks. You'll get something like at work, we use a tool called Abnormal, and it's just for email security only. And so we can look into someone's email box and be able to look at the headers for that particular email and trace it back just off that email. You don't have to necessarily go through Wireshark. Wireshark is a good open source tool if you're working for a small company and they have certain, you're trying to figure out why certain things are not talking, or maybe you're blocking something and it's not really showing up in the tools that you have. This is going to show you all of the IP addresses talking. So yes and yes. Good question. As we go along, we'll go more in depth with Wireshark, but I just really wanted to show you how when it comes to what we talked about tonight, the attack vectors are all over this place. Well, and this is just talking about my computer. What is that? Ooh, I think I know what this is though. But anyway, okay. Oh, that's nasty. Okay, let's jump into it. All right, Wireshark, spam emails. Let's go into the typo squatting sites, and then we'll finish up with these. So these sites that I'm about to show you, I don't want you guys to go to them. I just want you to be aware of them and how they look. So this is a site called OpenFish, and OpenFish is sites that are compromised and are actively looking for your information to take advantage of and actually steal information from you. So again, I don't want you to go to this site, which you could, and click on these and get taken for it, right? I just, watch me on this and just don't partake into it, because I just don't want you to, I don't want something to happen and then I feel bad because you were trying to learn and nah. So what we'll do is, I already got this one site open, and this is for a TikTok wholesale. And I think this came off this one right here, www.tiktok59.cc. Maybe. Is there another TikTok? So it probably did a switch over. But anyway, as you could tell, Google Chrome is already telling and yelling at us that this is not a safe site. Beware. And that's mainly because this has already been reported. And so it's already yelling at you to not do anything. But I just want you to look at how good this looks as far as a web website looks. And so for a person that's really not looking at this URL up here, it could look like a legit website. And I'm assuming you can click on certain things and it could bring those items up. But it's all about when they want you to put something important in, then that's when they're going to take that information and run with it. So now for that $93 for this Fire tablet, they're not going to give me a purchase order. They're just going to take my credit card information and leave, or not even, follow up on it. But you could tell that they put time and effort into it to where they even put the reviews on it. This is a good one. They even got everything down to the details down here for all rights reserved. Very good website in my opinion. As far as this is where typo squatting comes into play. This is where a phishing site comes into play. This is what they're looking for. And as a security professional, I want you guys to pay attention to the URL and the obvious that Google Chrome is telling you not to go here. The thing about that is that it's confusing when you're looking at it on your mobile device. Let's try to get to another one. Let's try Adobe. See what they got. So nice and simple, right? This will be a nice little link that you could put into an email saying, hey, we enjoyed your business the other day. Here's the receipt from the invoice or whatever on the services that we provided you. Please click on it to make sure that everything's fine. Now, Google Chrome doesn't tell you anything here. Doesn't even, tell you that anything is dangerous. But I probably will look at Hootsuite down here as something that I'm not familiar with. And I would probably ask that person in the email who received the email, are you familiar with the sender? And if not, we probably need to go and have this scanned at a site called VirusTotal. So VirusTotal is another site that you can use as far as resume building. You can take certain files and throw it in here and get a check among the industry leaders as far as if it's safe or not. So a lot of times I'll go in here and I'll check for Morris EDU, which is my alma mater, and you could see all of these cyber networks saying that this is a clean network. If it had any type of malicious activity, it would obviously show something different. But we could probably, just to kind of go in on that, we could take that and let's put this in here, a known phishing site, paste that in there and see if we can come up with something different. And as you can see, VirusTotal will let you know that, hey, this is a malicious site. Don't put anything in there. And you can find out some more things on the details tab. So I'll put VirusTotal in the chat as well. Always keep that in your back pocket as far as a threat hunting tool. Let's look at one more and then we'll conclude for the night. Let's try eBay. So not a necessarily clean website, but it's asking for information, which what these sites do. The one thing that's going to stick out is the URL, and that is not secure. So that's a one dead giveaway, or not putting any type of sensitive information in there, and that it doesn't really kind of match the original eBay website. And so we want to make sure that if we see anybody on these type of websites, or if you're finding yourself going to these type of websites, that you don't put any type of sensitive information in these sites. All right. Any questions?
Is there subnetting in cybersecurity or on the
No.
security?
No, not at all. That's Network Plus. All right. If there's no questions, I'm gonna go ahead and conclude for the night, and I'll get this lecture up for you guys on tomorrow morning, and I'll see you on Thursday.
Thank you.
All right, y'all take it easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night,
Thank you.
everybody.
Good night, y'all.
You have a good night.
Good night.
Y'all have a good one.
Good morning, afternoon.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
That's good. I normally get started maybe about 5 minutes after, just to kind of let people get in. But yeah, we're gonna try to shoot for maybe 2 hours and some change tonight. Hopefully, I can share some good information with you guys.
Okay.
If you don't mind, can you go ahead and put your emails in the chat? I need to sign you guys up for LMS so we can share some resources, and you can always use that as a place to get worksheets and stuff that I sign out. Appreciate that. Shortly, sometime tonight, you'll see an email come in that I'm adding you to a Google Classroom, and that's where we'll use as a kind of like a meeting point. I know that Dr. Blair said that you guys should use the Security Plus LMS that they bought for you, but I don't have access to that, so it's going to kind of be kind of hard to use that as in conjunction with what I'm teaching, but it all should match up.
Okay. I don't have a security plus anything.
Okay. I was gonna say they probably haven't sent that out because I was just about to ask because I didn't have mine either.
All right, yeah, well, that'll even be better, I guess, from my standpoint of you guys can just go in here and tackle it. Give me 1 second. So on top of this, are y'all currently in school right now?
Yes.
I am not,
Okay,
but I will be in the spring.
not a problem. Hey Joshua, how you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm good, and you?
Doing good. If you can, go ahead and drop your email in the chat. I want
Okay.
to get you added to a LMS real quick. And for everybody else who's joining, just go ahead and good evening. How are y'all? I just want to let you know, please drop your email in the chat. I want to get you guys signed up for a Google Classroom so we can all share information there.
Hello, Miss Lee. You got a haircut.
Yeah, man. I said I was going to leave it be until I started teaching again.
Okay.
I said, man, let me go ahead and buzz it off real quick.
I'm a master barber too, so I noticed it.
Oh well, yeah, I could tell. You could tell I jacked it up, but hey, I had to do what I had to do.
Oh yeah, hey, that's what we do to survive, man.
Seems like everybody got a Gmail, which is great. I'm going to be sending out an email very shortly to the emails that y'all putting in the chat. And it's going to go to inviting you to go to the classroom. And there we'll have the syllabus and I'll put some resources in there. I think. Am I missing one? Did everybody put their email in the chat? Calvin, did I get one from you?
In the Slack?
In the chat.
Oh, in the chat. Oh no, sorry.
No, you good. All right. Send that over. Okay. I'll put it in the chat. See, I'm gonna put it in the link in the chat. See if you guys can get to it. It might block you, so I might have to work on that myself. Let me know what it says.
It says we can't access it.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
It says wrong account. Your account can't access this class.
I'm wondering if that's because it's pivot. All right. I'll get to it. let me go ahead and get started. I appreciate y'all jumping on. Real quick, as far as cameras is concerned, I'm not big on cameras, and plus, I think it kind of invades the privacy. But if you want to have it on, that's cool. I'm still able to teach, and I'm still able to go ahead and be engaging, but it does help me out whenever I do see head nods and things like that. When we get into places like encryption and websites and networking, it helps me understand if you guys are grasping what I'm talking about, if I can see you. But you know, if you got something personal going on, by all means, go ahead and take care of that. So I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen, and I'm gonna work on getting that Google Classroom shared out with you guys. I'll probably do that during the break. So for those who just joined, if you can, please put your email in the chat. I want to get you guys signed up for a Google Classroom so I can share some materials with you. So I'm gonna go to my syllabus here. Let me know if y'all can see it. Give me a thumbs up. Appreciate it. All right, so short little syllabus about the class. In this syllabus, I'm gonna have the Google Classroom link as well as the Zoom link here, and it's gonna go over pretty much the scheduling of the weeks and how we're gonna tackle things. So it's gonna be pretty much 3 topics that we're gonna cover in each week. We're gonna pretty much have that for each day. So for today, we're gonna cover the security concepts, but then on Tuesdays we'll go over the threats and types, and then on Thursday we'll tackle IAM, identity access and management. Now on that Thursday, I'm gonna also have some type of multiple choice questions that you guys can go over, help out. You can always go back and test on these things, because while we're going through that many topics, I want to make sure that you are also practicing how to actually prepare for the test. Yeah, okay. So that's the reason why I want to have that Google Classroom out there. And plus, if I see anything such as, let's say, some internships applications or something like that, I can throw it in the Google Classrooms. You should get an email and alert you. And if you want to partake in that or ask me some questions about it, that'll be to your benefit as well. So this will be in the Google Classroom, and it'll look like this once I get everybody added. So I got to figure out how to get you guys up in here. When I tried to add it, it started to give me started to fuss at me, but we'll take care of that. Going back to my syllabus. I also got my pivot address, email address, but you can also find me on LinkedIn if you want. And I'm typically active on there. So you can always ping me on that or text me on my cell phone number here. I don't mind answering any kind of questions or anything that you haven't troubles about or you're curious about. I don't mind talking about that thing. So, always reach out if you feel the need to. So that was just a real quick overview of the syllabus. The class will pretty much go like this. In the first half, we'll go over some slides, right? So the slides will be maybe about 20 slides long. I'm gonna try not to bore you to death with slides, but the slides are necessary in order for us to cover the topics in the Security Plus. Then we'll take maybe like a 15-minute break, and then we'll go on and we'll do some type of hands-on, or we'll look at some material that corresponds to the slides. That way, I'm not just killing you with power slides. I'm not a big component of that, and typically I think students learn a little bit better when they see the software that I'm talking about, and they're able to go on their browser and test it out themselves.
Will you also be dropping the slides in addition to the recordings? So like,
Yes,
will you
ma'am.
just drop the recordings and the slide? Okay, sweet. Thank you so much.
I think, yeah, I already got them listed here. So once I get you into this class, you can always jump back onto the slides whenever you feel like it. And
Yes, sir.
they'll have the video recording up at the end of the week. So you can always run these back over the weekend, which I suggest you do. Just real quick, let's go over. I meant to pull up CompTIA Security Plus, their website, but let's go over it real quick and why I'm adamant about this certification. This certification is I want to say, it's almost like a holy grail of cybersecurity when it comes to employers. Now, when you're talking to someone like me who's been in cybersecurity for some years, I'm not going to say Security Plus will teach you everything, but it will definitely give you the knowledge and the jargon that you need to land jobs. And that's going to give you a head start over. And I don't want to, anybody that's going for a degree in cybersecurity, it'll probably be more direct than any degree work that I've seen just yet. A lot of degree work that I've seen may touch on topics in Security Plus, but the Security Plus gives you a actual good foundation of what we're talking about whenever we're talking about security analysts working in a SOC, things of that nature. So that's why you'll see on these applications, they're all asking for the Security Plus. And so with that being said, it's a very sought after certification, but it's not an easy certification to get. This is something that we can't just cram for in a couple of weeks and actually do it. I would suggest, in order to gauge yourself, if you can take the topics in the Security Plus and explain it the same way that I'm explaining it to you throughout these different weeks, then you have a good understanding of the test. And when they throw little questions at you to confuse you, you'll be able to see through the fluff, as what I like to call it, in order to pick the right thing. So it's not just remembering these definitions. You have to understand why they're talking about PKI versus symmetric encryption. You have to understand the difference between each one of those. You just can't say that public key infrastructure is that, and that's the only things to it. It's people build their whole careers off just knowing PKI, right? So it can get a little bit murky at times. I say all that to say that this is a very critical certification, and if you actually pass the certification, you set yourself apart from a lot of those applicants that are putting in for the same job, right? And then if you got the degree work and everything that goes along that, then you further set yourself as a better candidate for these types of jobs. Cybersecurity is a hot topic. A lot of people are hiring for it. I would also say that the remote sessions of it, where a lot of people were working remote, are probably dwindling now, and a lot of people are going back to the office. I was able to get out of that, and I have a job that's 100% remote, but I can see how some people are wanting people to come back to the office. I say all that to say this. The Security Plus can bring you into a realm where if you land one of these jobs, it can be very life-changing, especially for students coming out of college, dealing with whatever issues that you may have coming out of college, right? Student loans, what have you. It can set you up for good things. A way for you guys to get an early jump on it is to look for these internships and try to get those internships while you're in a program somewhere, and get your foot in that company then, and then just transition into actually working for that company. I've seen that work time and time and time again. So I would put that into you guys' ear as well. And you don't necessarily have to have the Security Plus to do so. Okay, so it's not necessarily a make or break thing. If you feel confident about the topics that we're talking about, you should be able to at least land an internship and then get in there and start to reap the benefits. For anybody else that's now just showing up, if you can, just please put your email in the chat so I can get you signed up for the Google Classrooms. Any questions on the Security Plus so far?
No.
Okay. All right. So, quick thing about me. I am based out of South Carolina, Rock Hill, South Carolina, and I've been in the IT field since 2007. Like I said in my intro, been in cybersecurity since 2018. LinkedIn. This guy. And I got into cybersecurity with a bank that not necessarily cared about if I had my certifications or not. I had a guy that took a chance on me, and I was grateful for that. But this is my LinkedIn. I'm gonna throw this in the chat for you guys that want to get in contact with me. And the only thing I do on this LinkedIn is I just post cybersecurity content all the time. I'm showing this because I want you guys to create a LinkedIn profile and start filling in the things that pertains to cybersecurity here. Because when you're putting in these applications, they're going to try to do kind of like a lookup of you and see what kind of, what type of social profiles you got. They want to come to you want to point them to a professional profile such as a LinkedIn, and then show your work here. So if you see here in this feature session, you can actually post, some of the things that you're working on. I'll show you a site that you can record yourself and actually post those things. Or if you're working on things for other class and you feel like it's a good project to actually show and put on display, you can always post it and tag it here in this feature section. And so whenever someone comes to your profile, you can always just scroll down and see what they're actually working on here. So I want you guys, and you don't have to do it. It's not necessarily necessary for the Security Plus or for Pivot, but it would benefit you if you were to go ahead and just make a professional profile, and it kind of gets you already having those bullet points for your resume, because I do want you to build your resume as well for those who don't have a resume or you need to spruce up that resume. Where is mine? So right here, you can always just put the things that you put here and just directly translate it to a resume, right? Okay, so that's enough about me. If you guys don't mind, like I said, if you just came in, please put your email in the chat. If you don't mind, I just want y'all to, kind of do like a round robin and just kind of let me know who you are, and then what are your thoughts on cybersecurity. Is not right or wrong, anything like that. Just kind of want to get a baseline of what you're thinking about when it comes to cybersecurity. What does it mean to you? Do you think it's something that you're looking to get into? Are you nervous about it? Just your initial thoughts is all I'm just asking for. So I'm not gonna call anybody, and whoever feels like they want to go first, just come off mute and just let me know a little bit about yourself.
I'll go first.
I'll go first. It's all right.
All right, I'll just do it. Hi, my name is Caleb Walker. I'm a senior computer science major at Alabama State University. My thoughts on cybersecurity, what it means to me actually, is just something that's very important nowadays that we're living in a life full of technology. Then it's like you see every day on the news, like most of the time on the news about data breaches, lawsuits against big companies, and then like just recently they had a data breach with some information about missiles that was going to be launched in Israel. So it's like it means a lot to me, and it's something I want to get into and I want to learn more about because I am a computer science major. I thought about cybersecurity, but I said I thought about software engineering, but then I said I got this class. So I'm like, let me try cybersecurity out. So what I think about it, cybersecurity is just most definitely like per se protecting information, like encryption, and then also trying to defend from others, if that makes sense.
Yep, totally. I understand it. We'll get more into uh, those people who are actually committing crimes and why you never see any kind of arrest that happens to them. They just kind of do whatever they want to do and reap the benefit. Next.
My name is Ryan Edwards. I am a senior mathematics major at Miles College. I am interested in cybersecurity because of, like he said, the welfare of our United States secrets, classified information, and thus for with the current time that we live in, information is a must that we keep it in discretion and secrecy. And like he said, many things such as missiles being launched or just different information that really shouldn't be led into the public is a major concern, not only for us as the public, but in mainstream with the government and what have you. So I think I can see it as a tool that I can use to propel me in the future and promote change in my life and the impact of my families. Also, a quick note. I also wanted to ask, as it pertains to the national security of the country we live in, what skills we're going to learn at this on this call in this classroom.
It's going to, and this is just not just a security plus certification. This is just overall. I'm going to tell you about any and everything to protect information. That's not just uh, changing your password, using two-factor, using your face unlock. It's not just that. Those are basics. Those are nice. It's good to have, but you have to think like and I don't want to use hacker because hacker is so cliche, right? Scammer. People who scam don't care about how they scamming you. They just want the end result. And then however they trick you is how they trick you. So now it's my job as a security professional, and it will be your job as a security professional to understand every avenue that could be taken in order to protect it. So what does that mean? If you work for Under Armour, right? How do I protect Under Armour's design of its new Steph Curry shoe before it gets over there and get bootlegged, even though it's going to get bootlegged anyway? How do I put that in a safe spot? And then when I put it in a safe spot, how do I protect it? And another way to think about that is think about where you all are at right now in your house or outside or wherever your car is at. Whatever you deem to be possessive to you, how do you protect that? Am I going to put a lock on the door, lock on the windows? Do I got an alarm system? Or maybe do I need to go and I put cameras up? All that pertains to, now we say cybersecurity, but it's another word they also use for information security. And it's just, it can go a long way, man. And that's why it's not just one or two jobs that you can get. It's tons and tons of jobs that you can get. Great question, though.
Thank you for that. Yes, sir.
No problem. Next.
Alrighty. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Hi, hello. My name is Sydney Fleming. I'm a sophomore computer science major at Alabama A&M University. Current Go Bulldogs! So currently, I'm looking to further. So I already work for the school's IT department. I have 2 years in help desk experience, kind of being exposed to a little bit more of the help desk, working on tickets, resolving student issues, working with a little bit of the system in, I guess, Active Directory. I want to take this course to really further myself and get my foot into the door because currently I have an internship with a cybersecurity department for Land O'Lakes. And I'm just kind of hoping to use this knowledge to further my path when I get there so I can get my foot in the door and continue to come back as a full-time worker.
Awesome.
And then what it means to me, making sure my customers are happy. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I like the customer service aspect of working in cybersecurity, knowing that I can give somebody else the assurance that whatever I can do pertaining to your safety, I can help you with. So, and then all the other stuff with the world. But yeah.
And I'm with that, and I'm cool with that, right? And this might be a little bad influence on my part. Be selfish, because if don't pigeonhole yourself to the help desk. Everybody who's listening to me, don't pigeonhole yourself to the help desk. Learn your craft and get a particular thing that you're specialized in.